Hello, friends. Welcome to our live stream on Tea Time with Artemis. The topic for today is going to be femininity then and now, practicing positive femininity and identifying toxic femininity. In today's culture in the USA, New Age feminism has attempted to redefine what healthy femininity is. And while for the naturally gender nonconforming woman, the message contained affirming alternatives. Guys, I tried to write something out and be all professional here, but I'm realizing that it didn't sound all that great. So anyway, the message contained within this New Age feminism, which is to affirm alternatives for the gender nonconforming woman, means that the traditional feminine has been demonized as a result, which is alienating many women once more. So instead of alienating the gender nonconforming woman, now it would seem that the traditional feminine in this new age of feminism is the one now being ostracized and demonized. So we're going to talk about that. And toxic masculinity has been a term recently used to describe the unhealthy behavior of men that lead to cultural disharmony. But it's time also to reconcile with its opposite, which toxic femininity is what we'll also be discussing as well in order to get a clearer picture for societal balance. We're also going to be throwing in some odds and ends tangential topics relating to femininity through the evolutionary biology lens, such as discussing the ideals of what is considered attractive for women and why. And I'll be adding my own anecdotes as to how that related to me and my gender transition experience, tying it to the theme of the channel. Joining me in this discussion is my wife, who celebrates and exhibits traditional femininity for herself and those who appreciate it. And she is going to be taking over here and talking about briefly what makes her qualified to speak on the topic and her experience with femininity in general, traditional femininity in general. So take it away.
Absolutely. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us today. It is an honor and a pleasure to have you with us. Before we jump into my experience with femininity, I would like to talk a little bit about my own experiences as a person here, because I believe that they will give you some context as to who I am on a biological, mental, and emotional level. I do hope you'll see why in just a moment this is so very important. Most people here are now what we are discovering we would call relative subjective thinkers. Relative subjective, so that would be relative dash subjective thinkers, are people who think of any given issue from a very subjective personal level on out. And they tend to be very ego or self-focused, and have a hard time setting aside emotions. So it's the classic feelings over facts. I have an opposite brain type than most people, and I see the many ways now that it has shaped my worldview and my experiences. So I want to talk a little bit with you about that in order to bring you some context from a biological, psychological, and even a neurological point of view. I this word gets under my skin these days, the way that it's used. I qualify as quote-unquote neurodivergent, and although I hate using that word in today's society, it very much fits here. Let's talk just a little bit about that. Alrighty, so as compared to the average person, people with relative objective brain patterns and the accompanying personality type are shown to have brain scans that reveal much less activity in the short, aka shallow, emotional regions, much less activity in the impulse areas of the brain, very little quote-unquote reptilian brain activity. In the areas responsible for what is commonly called ego, activity is naturally nearly absent, and there's very little activity in the intellectual empathy portion of the brain. But there are extremely high amounts of activity in the areas of overarching or quote-unquote higher or systems-based empathy, aka logical compassion, original creativity, problem-solving and logic, sensory and neurological sensitivity, detail and pattern recognition, systems thinking, aka consequential, if this then that, cause and effect recognition, literal communication, word-for-word literacy and contractual thinking, and open-mindedness. The resulting personality type is someone who is in the fully natural, untraumatized state, highly caring, selfless, and innocent, physically sensitive, extremely logical, but who has both an eye for details and the ability to see large patterns, with the innate ability to accurately connect what others would usually deem as disparate pieces of information. Although we do have emotions, we see almost everything from an emotionally detached, ego-free point of view, relying on intuition and logic instead to guide us. The common relative subjective person, or someone with normal brain activity patterns for human beings, often finds relative objective people to be rude, snobbish, uncaring, or lacking compassion. To the average relative subjective thinker, encountering a relative objective thinker is usually off-putting, agitating, or angering because relative objective thinking people tend to ask a lot of questions, are socially confused easily because we don't understand typical relative subjective social cues or social patterns in an emotionally integrated way, and because we can see consequences, risks, and rewards more easily than the common relative subjective thinkers, we may come off as Debbie Downer to be around. Most relative objective brained people simply seem off, weird, or odd to the common person, especially as relative objective thinkers do not tend to have a natural temper, but are easily socially confused due to the lack of intellectual empathy for relative subjective thinkers. Many suffer from low self-esteem and or low personal confidence as a result of harmful social encounters. Because relative objective thinking people are also highly sensitive biologically, they tend to have great attention to detail, often being noted to have the ability to see colors, nearly 4D shapes and patterns, such as in floral designs and in architecture, that other people do not, manage many nearly microscopic details with ease, and in some cases have eyes that are able to perceive outside of the usual light realms because the eyes have not developed or have developed less of the lens that usually begins to cover the eye at around the age of 7. I promise you this is all going to be very relevant as we get in, so thank you for bearing with me. We are typically very sensitive to scents, fabrics, tones, audio stimuli, and facial expressions. Our bodies tend to be extremely sensitive as well, with more delicate organs and nervous systems. If not empowered to handle stress well, it can kill us early and easily. Genetic differences such as Rh-negative blood and certain types of porphyria, blood deficiencies, bodily toxicity, anemia and or iron allergies, and or the inability to process foods physically, which often leads to severe hyperinsulinemia, hormonal imbalances, and nutritional deficiencies, are found in these people at rates far higher than the relative subjective population. Relative objective thinking people make fantastic doctors, lawyers, strategists, artists, performers, therapists, healers, and leaders professionally, but personally are best to be alone, and if not alone, with a small group of close, trustworthy people at most. They can professionally and or socially don the mask of extrovert, but are typically introverts or ambiverts in honesty. A classic example of a likely relative objective thinker is the philosopher Schopenhauer. A more modern, be it exaggerated and rather relative subjectivized example would be Dr. House from the show House MD. Specialists have told me that this brain and personality type is similar to some types of autism, but due to major differences cannot be diagnosed as such. It is a newly discovered branch of psychology and biology, only gaining recognition formally approximately 10 years ago, and only in specialized circles of neurology and psychology. It was told to me by one specialist that I've worked with that it is speculated that about 1 in a million people, maybe less, fit the relative objective brain profile as it is currently understood by human means today. With all of that being said, please understand that I'm a very kind-hearted person in my intentions, but I'm not a very traditionally quote-unquote nice person. I do my best to be polite, use manners, and try to understand others, but I do not empathize naturally with most emotional tactics or motives on a small personal scale, especially. Therefore, I may sound rude or cold to you. That is not my goal. I care a great deal, but I tend to see things opposite of most people. I ask that you keep these things in mind when you hear me speak, and that you do your best to listen to what I literally say, removing as much of your subjective bias as possible. In return, I'll do my best to meet your standards of respect without sacrificing my reason for being here. Alrighty, my friends, so thank you so very much for sticking through that. I hope that that context will help you a little bit as we go into these femininity topics. Artemis, to get me started, could you please ask me a direct question about my femininity experience?
Yes. So we're going to first start with talking about what positive or healthy femininity is, and then also identifying what toxic or negative femininity is, since I think those terms are thrown out there often, and they can potentially be subjective in some ways. So we want to define that for people right off the get-go, and it'll be easy to get the conversation started in that way. So to ask you a direct question, what would be your idea of positive femininity? And we can even frame it in the lens of talking about traditional femininity, so potentially more from the evolutionary biology lens.
Okay.
So starting with not perhaps what the cultural interpretation would be, but more of, I guess, what some people might call the divine or the sacred feminine. Like I said, that would be more from the evolutionary biology lens, sans a whole lot of cultural influence. So
That makes sense. In my opinion, I feel, or I should say, I believe that positive femininity is very nurturing and very kind, empathetic, and caring in ways, though, that do not cater to the ego. So it's really about nurturing what is the highest and best good in oneself and everyone that a positive feminine person sees around them. Does that make some sense?
yeah, right. Yeah, the nurturing, female, I guess you could say, aspect, which generally is female, but it's to remove biological sex from it. That's what I would say is feminine in nature. Then is just that nurturing, caring aspect.
Yes, it has to do with a lot of depth and nuance in that care. It's not just nice to be nice. It's nurturing one's own soul and then the souls of those around her. But manners are lovely and social graces are lovely, but it goes deeper. It goes into caring about the essence of that other person and wanting to make that other person's dreams, goals, desires, and best physical health as well as mental well-being come to fruition.
Yeah, and that's something that again can be irrespective of biological sex, which is when we talk about femininity and masculinity. We're going to tie this as often as we can back to the theme of the channel, which is generally speaking about transgenderism and more about gender and less about sex, which I know that in the dictionary the two are often used interchangeably to mean the same thing. I have a video on my channel that talks about what I believe are the notable differences between sex and gender, despite what the dictionary definition may have to say about it, because again, gender is a word that's still relatively new to the language, We haven't seemed to define it. We have not seemed to have defined it very well to this point. But when we're talking about femininity and masculinity as genders, not as biological sexes, we're talking about characteristics that are often seen within a certain biological sex. So femininity often seen within a biological female, and masculinity often seen within a biological male. But the difference being that gender, so masculinity and femininity, can be completely separated from biological sex. And we're talking about a set of characteristics, perhaps personality traits, innate behaviors that are in and of themselves their own entity, their own categories. Sometimes they can be known and associated with sex, and others they can be completely irrespective of. And in fact, the vast majority of people have a very nice mix of both masculine and feminine characters within them, and it speaks almost nothing about their biological sex. So that's kind of how this conversation intersects into gender nonconforming and transgenderism, all those other topics. So bear in mind that when we're speaking about masculine and feminine, it's really doesn't have a whole lot to do with sex unless we're specifically noting that within the conversation. So.
To answer Artemis your question originally about what makes me qualified to speak on to speak on these things, I am a very feminine person at my core, at my essence, and I spent the first many years of my life, actually up until just these past few years, I spent my entire life trying to fit myself into a very masculinized world, and it almost killed me. It ruined my physical health, my mental health, my emotional health, and it ruined essentially anything kind and loving that I had within me, because I was devoting every bit of resources, every bit of my being towards just trying to force myself into the new age idea of so-called women's empowerment and feminism, etc., etc. I think everyone here knows that I'm Artemis's wife, so this is fine to speak on. I really can't stand my in-laws. They and Artemis, when he was younger, they all played a serious role in destroying my health, physically, mentally, emotionally, socially, everything. And he comes from a family of people who really hate femininity, and whether or not they realize that that's what they're doing is rather irrelevant in my eyes, because the ways that they behave towards anyone who is like me. I was very soft. I was very sweet. And they did everything essentially to destroy that, down to trying to force me to eat certain things, to contribute a certain amount of money each month, to dressing a certain way, making fun of me for wearing makeup, for doing my hair, for needing rest, and for physically being unable to keep up with all of them. It got to the point where, unfortunately, I started becoming masculinized, not only in my mental thought processes and my emotional processes, but my physical body. I gained like 70 pounds. I started getting hair where I definitely should not have. My hormones were so out of balance that I lost my menstrual cycle and started having serious organ failures, as well as other blood complications that were not there before in levels that they were at this point. And so if I sound a little spacey, please pardon me. I'm still recovering from some of these serious issues, and so sometimes it's hard for me to grasp words and put it out there. So writing and then reading is so much easier for me. So I appreciate your patience, but I hope that that'll give a little bit of context as far as the femininity goes.
Yeah, that's a great segue
Yeah.
actually into
Okay.
talking about this new age feminism and how it has a very heavy focus on something you said, which is the masculinization of women
Yeah,
in
yeah.
general, and we're gonna touch more on that briefly, and then of course the family background that I came from. Some of you might have seen some of my older videos, specifically the one where I talk about how I didn't know I was transgender. That goes into a little bit of the kind of family dynamics that I had growing up in a family that very much prized hard work, and there was not a whole lot
Like hard
of
physical work.
yeah, yeah, hard physical labor, hard physical work, and there when you are in an environment such as that, traditional femininity, which focuses the aspects which focus on the aesthetically pleasing bits of femininity, fulfillment in that way, it's very, very hard to appreciate those aspects of femininity because in a world or in an environment that prizes hard physical labor and lack of emotional connection because you're in survivalist mode essentially, there's not a lot of room for enjoying the beautiful things, the aesthetic
Or
things,
true love.
or true love, or
Yeah.
anything. Things are very relationships tend to get very transactional in nature. Think about in any period of history where it was just survival based, the mother's job was to, you had to do the hard labor of, prepping food and keeping things clean and child rearing and things like that, the nurturing aspects, but it was pretty stripped bare of anything aesthetically pleasing until society became less about, the survivalist aspects. You don't see things like art really, really thriving, becoming much more practiced and available and varied until society hit a point of stability. So, you're no longer the hunter gatherer, you're more of a agrarian type society where there's some, of course, it's still very hard in a lot of ways, but that's when you really start to see much more art, the aesthetically pleasing things pop up and the appreciation for the feminine aesthetic in that way. And so even in this day and age, my family was not focused on that necessarily. It was more, again, about the elbow grease, nitty gritty, the more grit that you can, the more grit that you can profess and the more things that you can stomach, the more praise, the more laudable you were.
It was like his family and the way that he saw things was physical self-sacrifice, mental self-sacrifice, and emotional self-sacrifice was the only way to prove to another person that you loved them. Like, as long as you were in someone's face doing all the things that this other person wanted you to do, that was quote unquote love for these people. But you could do the most heinous things behind that person's back and you could disrespect them in every other way, but as long as you gave into their every whim to their face, that was called love. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah. So, of course, we're getting a little bit into the weeds about what what love is to families like that versus potentially other families who are a little bit more in touch with the traditional feminine and the characteristics that are positive or healthy femininity. But I guess to get over here to the chat a little bit and address something that was mentioned earlier, um, are the gender characteristics, so masculine and feminine, are they innate to individuals or are they learned? And I think they're a little bit of both, I think. Some of them are tied to deeper evolutionary wiring, which is genetic. I would say things such as, for the feminine, just the nurturing aspect, I think that is definitely innate. The mothering aspect, of course, not all women have that. This is not to say that these are black and white things. These are, again, just general characteristics. That is an innate thing. Now, the degree to which, or the certain expressions of that nurturing could certainly be learned depending on the culture, what that looks like. So there is room for both innate and learned within each gender. So hopefully that answers your question in the chat. That it's I don't think it's ever so cut and dry. It's usually a combination of both, and especially depending on which aspect of that gender characteristic you're speaking about.
I agree with what he said.
Yeah,
And by the way, I was talking specifically about the details of your family dynamics because I think that they're reflected hugely in society these days.
Yeah.
And that's why I thought it was important to talk about.
Right,
Just so
which-
you know, I'm not trying to pick on you.
Throw me under the bus there. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. But it's still a very relevant example, and it's something that I lived, so I can speak very knowledgeably on it. Now, going back and analyzing it as I've been able to, and of course, I grew up thinking that that was just completely normal to not to appreciate traditional femininity, the aesthetic beauty of the feminine, and really just prize the masculinization aspect, which is just not something that a lot of women really fit into. And this is a great segue to talk about what New Age feminism is doing, as I alluded to in the introduction, where, before, so the traditional femininity was the woman stays home and cares for the children and the household and, looks after the husband, essentially, who is the one going out doing the hard physical labor in a lot of ways, or the breadwinning and competing in the business or financial sphere. And I'm going to be giving this disclaimer all throughout this live stream. This does not mean that we are saying that traditional femininity is the only way to be. The reason I believe, or one of the reasons I believe, that the New Age feminism has come to be is because there are a lot of gender-nonconforming women who do not feel best suited to that traditional feminine role, the caretaker, the homemaker.
And that's okay. And that's perfectly okay in our opinion.
That's perfectly fine. I mean, it would be very hypocritical of me to try to put women in a traditional role, all women in a traditional feminine role, when here I am, a biological female that went ahead and transitioned to the masculine sphere. So I intimately understand how a woman could feel very alienated or not at all in line with the traditional feminine roles. What we're seeing is kind of a polarity reversal here, at least in the United States, in our culture with New Age feminism, is that instead of celebrating traditional femininity, the caretaker, the homemaker, the nurturer, they are demonizing it. When at first it started out as this is just an expression of other ways that women can still be in the world and have it be positively contributing to society. So it's kind of turned rotten, essentially. And so we have now the traditionally feminine women who are feeling very burnt out and alienated, like my wife, who tried to keep up with this New Age feminism, the masculinization, the empowered woman, going out and doing all the things that men do, and getting burned out in the process, and then left wondering. I know Jordan Peterson is a controversial name to bring up. He does talk often about this, where there are women out there who are going to run this supposedly liberating experience that New Age feminism is saying, of the woman to go and have your career and build your independent life and all those things without children, without a husband, and by the time they're age 35 they realize that maybe was not the best way for them to go. And again, I'm not saying that that's for everybody. It's just something to keep in mind here as the pendulum has swung, from the Leave It to Beaver days, the 1950s, the, get in the kitchen and make me a sandwich, to today, where the woman is being pushed to behave as a man in all ways, and they are experiencing severe burnout and distress because that isn't actually in line with who they are naturally.
I agree, and that's been my experience my whole life. To bring this up, I've talked to you about this before. I I grew up in a society that constantly was pushing me to physically work more, to be mentally tougher, emotionally tougher. People telling me all the time, you're too sensitive, you're too artistic, you're too this, you're too that. And then when I started to think about things when I was a teenager, what kind of life I wanted as an adult, I have known from a very young age that I wanted to be either an independent small business owner of some artistic bent and or a stay-at-home wife. And everyone around me told me that I was weak, that I was stupid, that I was lazy and entitled, and that I need to get out and work for my own money and all of these kinds of things. And it got to the point where I was afraid to tell anyone what I actually wanted, and I didn't know how to date properly because every situation that I was getting into, I was told that I was a horrible person and that I was selfish and unrealistic and that I needed to contribute 50% of this or that, or, whatever the case may be. And then when I got into the relationship with Artemis, he and I originally had a really nice agreement that I would come live with, we'd live together, and that I would only contribute a very small portion financially, if at all. But over time, let's say his mother started to tell Artemis that I was using him and that I was nothing but a gold digger and I was a horrible person and I was here to destroy their family. Actually, like, both of his parents and his one sister was telling him this, and I felt so crazy and afraid to offer any type of authenticity to the world because it had been discouraged for the entirety of my life, and I thought that I was the problem up until very, very recently, until I really started to be honest about societal patterns that I've been watching unfold. It's extremely painful, and I don't feel free. I don't feel valued. I don't feel loved or as though I'm empowered by what feminism has become.
Yeah, and it's kind of sad this day and age too, because we live, at least in first world countries, we live in societies that are bountiful. You have everything that you could possibly need at your fingertips. Even the most poverty stricken among us in this first world country can make something of their situation and move up.
Absolutely.
I really don't believe anybody that says otherwise in this country, because I've seen with my own eyes. So there is no reason, in my opinion, that we cannot appreciate the creative and beautiful aesthetic that the traditional feminine can offer to the world. Because again, going back to earlier in the conversation, in times of high stress and survival mode, I can see where beauty and arts and creativity is not something that's of focus, because you're just focused on your next meal and staying warm and out of the out of the elements and those sorts of things. But today we are still seemingly stuck in this survivalist mode in some ways, focusing on what we deem as hard work and the masculine aspects. We're still prizing that and very grossly undervaluing the feminine aspects that we can now appreciate living in a society of abundance. So, having learned that now, it really does, for myself, bring a whole lot more gratitude and awareness to those different mindsets, those different viewpoints. And we're gonna jump real quick to the.
Can you give me just a second?
Okay,
I'm
go
so
ahead.
sorry.
Yeah.
Just on this topic, I could say so very much, but the point that comes to mind for me is quality. I see masculine and feminine as being on different ends of the spectrum. Like, masculinity is about survival and it's about strength, physically, mentally. It's about brute force, right? Femininity I see as being about sumptuousness and luxury and quality control, which quality control especially is something that goes right out the window if someone is stuck in survival mode. So for me, a high feminine ideal is my ability to offer high quality luxury experiences to myself and to those around me, as well as being surrounded by quality items too, if that makes sense. So instead of like my hubby waking up to cheap, I don't know, the cheapest dollar store coffee in the morning, he goes to the coffee maker, puts that on, makes it. He hates the way it tastes. It puts him in a bad mood right from the start, but he slugs it down before work and then goes out the door. I'm thinking more quality and enjoyment and happiness, high vibration. So I'm going to, if it were me, I'm going to get a really nice professional espresso making machine complete with a milk steamer, and I'm going to experiment and tailor to him something that he's really going to love every single morning and look forward to, that's going to get his morning started right, and that's probably actually going to be even healthier for him so that he can enjoy a higher quality of life.
Yeah, it's ironic to me that so many people say that they're chasing happiness and they want to enjoy life, and yet they skip all of the opportunity to be able to do that in society in those small ways, or perhaps they're ungrateful, about that, and that's a totally different subject. But to bounce over to the chat real quick, we have somebody in the chat who I would definitely say has more of the feminine characteristics, and that is to be much more empathetic. I will say that empathy is a strength typically associated with women, or at the very least with the feminine. Again, not all women. Hashtag not all women. But this individual says that feeling the pain of others makes them ill, but they don't seem to be able to ignore it or change it, and they wondered if it's something that is learned or that they were born with. And I do think that is definitely something that they were born with. And it's not, they're saying that they have tried to unlearn it with no success, despite the fact that it's caused them a lot of, emotional harm and pain and discomfort, that the biological self doesn't seem to be able to adapt to it. And I would say that it's very similar to what Belle was talking about earlier, and trying to fit a square peg into a round hole, where if you do not have to do that for survival, don't. Don't try to unlearn things that are innate to you. Figure out a way to work with them. Later on here in the chat, our chatter talks about having the time and space to work on oneself is invaluable, and they would call that shadow work.
Yeah.
And essentially, that's exactly right. All of this is, everybody's got, when they're born, a programmed set of character traits or personality traits, and of course you can learn to express them or dampen them down in some way, work with them, manage these characteristics, so you can make them better, or you can make them a whole lot worse. And I think that it is often very underappreciated, the feminine aspects, again, of being able to be empathetic and in touch with other people's pain and experiences. That is both a blessing and a curse. There's pros and cons to everything. So for my end, to give an example, I have always been more of the less emotionally attuned, you could even say less empathetic, and I have had to learn to be more empathetic, to be more in touch with my emotions, because for however long in my life, I didn't come out of the closet even as gay until I was 27. I lived more than a decade of my life completely unwilling to accept or unwilling to introspect, or unable to, whichever it was, to even be able to get in touch with my own feelings and my own inner nature, my own shadow self, anything about myself, really, which made it impossible for anybody to really get to know me, or for me to really get to know anybody else or work with them. So I had to, now granted, being less empathetic, more, bullheaded and physically brutish allowed me to accomplish a great many things, but it only goes so far. You can use that to shield yourself from emotionally difficult things. However, at some point, you will have to deal with it, or it will come out in spectacularly breakdown fashion. whether that's a midlife crisis or any other type of mental breakdown. It will eventually come out. It's all about maintaining your mental health in that way, or it will manifest physically. So
I would like to address it as well.
yeah. So go ahead, Bill, if you wanted to add more to that.
Sure. I wanted to say that I think that this chatter and I have a lot in common. Is this the one that I'm thinking of?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And if you would like, I do have some advice. This advice was given to me from cutting edge professionals, and it may really help you too. Something that we may have in common is that we might struggle with the fact that no matter how we try to word things for other people, if they don't think like us and their motivations are not the same as ours, or if they feel that they themselves are just more important than anything, as in their ego or their immediate feelings are more important, there's no amount of reasoning that will ever persuade them. People who are immature, relative subjective thinkers need to learn, sometimes through very, very painful and sometimes even deadly experimentation in the physical realm. They can't just do thought experiments like perhaps you and I could do and say, yeah, this is a bad idea because I see these consequences down the line, or I see these risks and the likelihood of these risks coming true. It's too high for me. I'm not comfortable taking these risks, so I'm not going to do it. They're just going to go ahead and do it no matter what, and because there is, to a certain extent, a level of internal entitlement towards the outside world, they're just going to do it, and then they're going to be angry when they do not get the result that they want. And coming to peace with this realization about human nature at its core will perhaps be the best thing that you could ever do for your own health. And once someone can come to that type of peace, it becomes easier to remove yourself from, say, TikTok, Twitter, and all of those typically toxic places, toxic for us anyways, because we don't have much in common with these people. And I know that it might be hard because you want to change the world and you want to ease the pain and the suffering of other people. It's not that you can't contribute. It's that there are simply different ways to go about it. At first, it might indeed feel lonely, and I completely empathize with that. I've been there. However, I would like to say that if you are able to find the workarounds, your life will actually be much more rewarding, productive, and fulfilling than you can even begin to imagine right now.
And way healthier.
Oh my god, and so much healthier. And then you also won't be dealing with much of the pain of the rest of the world or other people now, because you'll have boundaries that are set so high and so tailored to you that at the first sniff of relative subjective immaturity, you're gone. A good example is I used to have my own YouTube channel. I quit just a few months ago. I nuked my channel. I was just done because I had weird people fetishizing me on my channel. I was getting sometimes threats in the comments and stuff because people here really don't tend to like me when I'm speaking honestly, because what I have to say in today's world is considered backwards or really controversial. But I realized that in removing myself directly a lot of the time from the public eye, I have extreme quality control over how the world is exposed to me. This removed all of the stress, it removed all the pain, and the vast majority of the danger. So now I vet people. I have a very small group of people that I work with. I contribute to their YouTube channels behind the scenes. Like, for me to do an interview like this is rare. So I work behind the scenes now with people that I have personally vetted, who I know are either matured relative subjective thinkers, or they're other relative objective thinkers like me, or they are relative subjective thinkers who are on the very verge of gaining self-awareness and maturation on their own. And because I have those protective barriers up, it allows me to contribute very meaningfully to the world while removing all of the pain and the risk for the vast most part. And then also, this might help you too. I'm not even on social media anymore. I quit all of it. I do none of it. I don't have a Facebook. I don't have TikTok. I don't have Twitter. I don't have YouTube. I have none of it because I prefer to spend my time professionally either working with mentees or other YouTube channels on equal footing, or I'm learning, I'm reading, I'm growing, or I'm creating beautiful things, or I'm engaging in the feminine arts that Artemis was speaking about earlier that really feed my soul and nurture him. Two, as far as friendships go, I don't have friends anymore. My life is so full of meaning on my own. I don't need friends anymore, and I don't really want them because most people here are immature, relative, subjective thinkers. We have nothing in common, and we irritate each other, or at least I irritate them, and I'm deeply confused by them in return. So it's just not a good dynamic. I hope that this can help.
Yeah, so there was a lot in there. And as I was responding to the chat, there was something that we're going to, I think, maybe switch gears for just a moment and address something in the chat that caught my attention that was a very good point, which is somebody in the chat who was mentioning that as a biological male, they wanted to be a stay-at-home husband, or potentially, pilot or veterinarian or animator, and they consider themselves to be a part of the trans spectrum, I think, because of that aspect. So the stay-at-home nurturing aspect, which a lot of veterinarians get into that practice because they're animal lovers. I was actually going to be one of them until I went to vet school and realized how backwards and twisted a lot of the big medicine pharmaceutical industry was, and it was permeating even worse within the animal veterinary medicines. But anyway, that I think this person is saying that because they feel innately a lot of those nurturing aspects, that they potentially feel like they belong on the transgender spectrum. And that, so at least the way that I define transgender, and that may be different from the way that it's being defined in medical journals or even in the Oxford Dictionary. These days, it's hard for me to keep up with all that. But I see somebody belonging in the transgender category only if they make some attempt to medically transition. So alter their bodies in some way to align more with the opposite sex. So I know, and that sounds kind of backwards to how I was defining gender, which is more, amorphous concepts that don't have to do with biological sex transitioning. So you might even be able to say, then I guess I qualify more as a transsexual and not transgender. You can absolutely make that argument, and I would not at all oppose you on it because it's just so murky territory.
I think, there's a lot of overlap, I think.
Yeah, it's very, very murky. So I can see where the chatter would think that they, in some ways, are a part of the transgender community because they seem to have a lot of characteristics that are more typically associated with biological women or, feminine in nature, while they themselves are a biological male. So you could in some ways make that argument. I guess for me, transgender in some ways is pretty closely related to transsexual, in that it's a medicalized thing where there's hormones or actual physical surgical alteration being done to the body. But that's just me. Again, that's an argument you could make on either side of the fence. Totally see both ways.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. From what I've heard about you and what I'm reading in the chat, I don't think that you are transgender or transsexual. I think that you and I have a lot of things in common with our thought processes. And something to note too is that we we relative objective thinkers naturally are very introverted or at best ambiverted. So just because someone has a high degree of sensitivity, a high degree of empathy, um, physical sensitivities too perhaps, and then the introvertedness or the desire to stay at home does not make you transgender or transsexual. It may mean instead that you are neurodivergent, perhaps like me, and that you simply have this set of characteristics that societally is more attributed to feminine, but you yourself may still have a very otherwise masculine core. It might just be your neurology that is different, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so, and that actually gets into something which is not the topic of the stream, but I think is incredibly important to mention, which is that a lot of times, oops, hold on guys, sorry, lost our video feed for a second. There we go. Okay. Anyway, so a lot of times people who are like our person in the chat right now is saying that, okay, hold on guys, we're going to take a 2-second intermission because so that's another masculine trait that I have. I am not at all good at being able to multitask and put my thoughts together all at the same time. As I'm doing something else here. Okay. So
that's okay. I had something else to add anyways.
No, it's okay. I'm going back to our waterfall here. Anyway, okay.
Hold
back
on
on
a second. I'm sorry.
You remember something?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm so sorry. Speaking directly to this chatter, I don't think at all that you're transgender or transsexual. I think that deep down you would be more apt to be the super strong, silent, mysterious, masculine type who has a quick wit and a quick mind, but you just prefer to stay away from people and make your meaningful contributions kind of behind closed doors. You feel deeply, you're kind of like that brooding, mysterious, masculine type, but softened because you can see perhaps details and patterns that other people can't. And I can completely see why you may think that you could be transgender or transsexual. Certain pieces and parts may seem like they don't fit, but that's just my opinion. That's just my advice. I could be totally wrong. You'll just have to give me some feedback on that if you'd be so kind. But I do hope that maybe my input could help at least somehow.
Yeah. So continuing on that, the concept that so many people may have gender confusion and are now in this age of medicalization, especially here in the United States, where the medical model is to affirm, 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 and not doing any kind of questioning, because let's face it, this is a very, very nuanced and incredibly difficult amount of inner work to be done, especially from the average person who perhaps has not read up on any of this, just trying to navigate all of these concepts of gender and sexuality are, I mean, it's like trying to navigate a cave without a torch. It's very, very difficult. And so today, what we're seeing a lot of is the push to medicalize people who are having these questions about their gender. So, they say, oh, well, I feel like, maybe I get along with women better. As a biological male, I tend to be able to talk with women and I can empathize with women better, and their experiences and the things that they typically do are things that I find enjoyment in or fulfillment in. Does that make me a woman? And no, it doesn't at all, is the short answer there. But we have these doctors in the medical community now, this culture of, yes, okay, well then let's just affirm that, yep, you would probably be better transitioning to the opposite sex that you are in some way. Here are your hormones. Let's line you up for surgeries. And instead, what this is just somebody who is gender nonconforming, or you could even say sex nonconforming. And they really, what really would best help them would just be would just be to be within a culture, a society that is able to appreciate this huge spectrum of expressions within the biological sexes. We tend to think so binary, and here's the thing. Lest you think that I'm siding with non-binary folks here, that's a completely different topic there, and not related, and not what I'm getting at. Simply what I'm saying is that yes, we have a binary. However, the spectrum of expression within that binary is infinite. So we have a system of two, but you can have somebody, every individual has their own unique combination of masculine and feminine characteristics within them, and then they have the biological overlay on top of that, and it's many, many layers and very, very complicated. But it does not mean that we must push for medicalization when somebody does not seem to fit within the expected gender characteristics for a particular sex. So like our person who was chatting here was saying that they are more empathetic, they are more nurturing in nature, and more introspective, deeply contemplative in that way, and are able to connect with people. Yes, that is more a typical feminine characteristic, but no, that does not mean that they need to take feminizing hormones or change their body in any physical way to align with feminine. I think it's really a shame that society cannot appreciate these different gender expressions, the spectrum of gender expressions within each biological sex. We tend to call men who are feminine derogatory terms that, emasculate them and shame them and make them feel terrible for their natural expression, when really there's a lot that can be offered from feminine men. And the same on the other side. This will tie into the conversation that we're trying to have today about femininity, which is that New Age feminism has popped up because the appreciation for masculine women is practically non-existent in a lot of ways, with the exception of the hard work aspect. Women in the professional sphere potentially, doing things, contributing in the professional sphere and the financial sphere in that way. And, it's certainly not appreciated by a lot of traditionally masculine men, let's just say, because the traditionally masculine man is not looking for financial competition or competition in that realm. What he's looking for is the aesthetic respite, the beautifully pleasing and the sensual respite that a traditionally feminine woman offers. And I know that's going to be absolutely incendiary for, let's say the MGTOW people, men going their own way, and the New Age feminists. But again, we're talking about the traditional masculine and the traditional feminine roles go back millions of years in our evolutionary biology. They evolved out of a very certain dynamic of survival, and those are still things that people innately still operate most optimally under. It's just they generally do not translate in the very socially complex culture that we now live today, and especially in this culture of abundance. So we are going to talk more about that here as the live stream goes on. I
found this one really interesting.
Have not been checking the chat as well as I should have been while I've been going through all of this. So, Belle, did you have anything that you wanted to talk about, what you're seeing in the chat while I read and catch up, or?
Sure. Something that I found interesting here. Quote, I presented as Stephanie for a while and much preferred that existence than my own.
This is a biological male who's saying
yes.
This.
What I think some call euphoria, but it's complicated. Okay. A question that I would have for you is, did you prefer that name, Stephanie, because it sounds pleasing to you? Or because you like the meaning of the name, and perhaps you wish to have a partner who has those aspects, or did you really enjoy it because it was more what you yourself wanted to engender?
Yeah, offer as
Pun
a
intended.
yeah, offer as a social role essentially within the society. And that's something that's also a great segue.
Yeah, you should handle that one.
Yeah, that is a great segue into talking about what women find. So the difference between pretty and hot, as is talked about within society, and also how women have come to see themselves, what they consider as being beautiful. Um, so, and that goes into, do you think, is your idea of what is beautiful or pretty based on what society has told you, or is it based potentially on some evolutionary biology that's deeply ingrained for reproductive purposes, and therefore that is a aesthetically pleasing look for you? And what it really means in the traditional feminine sense to be beautiful, aesthetically, physically and emotionally. And then also that will segue wonderfully into talking about toxic femininity and their use of makeup and beauty in that sense. So I think we can probably just dive right in then and start answering. Well, first we'll go back to answering our person in the chat, or rather reading the answer from our person in the chat to the question that we posed. And they're saying that they didn't put much thought into the name. It was just a little tongue-in-cheek to call themselves Stephanie. And it was for them, when they were presenting as Stephanie, that they appreciated more the way people were treating them.
That's fascinating to me because something that I realize is that people, especially with my brain type, and from what I know about you, again, I think we have a lot in common. It seems like we are longing for a gentler society in general. So to me, it makes all the sense in the world if you're presenting as someone gentler, feminine perhaps, more feminine, or somehow more feminized, perhaps in some circles you might be treated more gently. And maybe I'm completely wrong. That's just how... Okay, so you're saying I'm 100% right. That's what my intuition is telling me. And based on what I know about you and based on the things that you're saying in the chat, I stand by what I say. I don't think that you are at all transgender. I don't think that you are at all transsexual. I think that some really good targeted, specialized therapy would go a long way for you to create the kind of world for yourself and in your corner in general that you actually want without having to change yourself for the outside world in order to get the kind of response that you want. I hope that makes sense, because it seems to me like you're focusing on a more external locus of control instead of having all of those internal boundaries to create your dream life. And if you'd like to take it, do you have any more commentary?
Yeah, no, just to add, again, that focus on the internal versus external locus of control. That's often how people get themselves really worked up and feeling rather helpless because they're trying to control everything outside of them, which you have no control over. All you have is what's within yourself. So that is where you will regain some confidence and shed that feeling of helplessness. But also to go back to, you feeling like you appreciated the gentler way that you were being treated as a woman. So that is something that is innate to us as humans, to be more harsh with men and masculine presenting people and more gentle with feminine or female individuals. And
generally speaking,
yeah,
except the toxic femininity
of course,
and toxic masculinity will do everything that they can to destroy the gentle, and that's the issue that we're talking about at large.
Yeah, and we are definitely going to get into that some more. But that's something to bear in mind, that is dictated by evolutionary biology, something that we're going to keep coming back to time and again in this stream, that it's something that you just cannot get away from no matter how hard you try. It's in everything right now with, transgender women in sports, men being more, having a physical advantage over a woman. That's just something that in general the biological male is going to be more physically capable, more physically strong, and therefore that will translate into being treated with less, potentially less empathy, less sweetness, and not as gentle than you would treat a female, of biological women, feminine individuals. So
Yeah.
that ties into this.
Hot versus beautiful.
Yeah, talking about the it's all related here. So we're sorry if we're gonna jump around here a little bit, but let's talk about what, hot versus pretty is, as far as we would define it in here in America. I don't know how we're gonna say in America, in America,
America, the Western world.
Yeah, the Western, maybe Western world.
I
We
don't
can't
know.
speak for Latin America, but at this we're kind of operating a little bit in a bubble here because we don't know a lot without having lived within these cultures of other places in the world. So it'd be great when we have this live stream up. Other people potentially from other parts of the world can weigh in on this and refute or affirm either way the things that we're saying here, but. Let's first actually talk about what toxic femininity is.
Oh, you want to go straight for the jugular?
Yeah, I want to go. Yeah, let's go straight for the jugular here because I want to talk about the stuff that's relatable to people, that they see, the things that are every day that have shaped their experience, and then I want to talk about how differently that looks when you put a healthy or a positive feminine aspect to it, how diametrically opposed that is to what would be so much healthier within society as far as defining femininity, and where we're going wrong right now with femininity that's causing, as far as I can tell, movements like MGTOW, men going their own way because they're absolutely fed up with the toxic femininity, and they have not seen a whole lot of positive role model for traditional healthy femininity, that they've kind of lost hope, and I don't blame them one bit.
I think that before we go further, it's important to define what we mean as healthy and what we mean as toxic in this manner. So at least speaking for myself, I am defining health and healthy in general as being what is beneficial to the whole, whether that is the whole person, the whole family, or the whole society, depends on the individual context of the conversation, so I do hope that makes sense. But it's not just about catering to someone's emotional demands in the moment. It's about a holistic approach to what brings the very most benefit on every level, physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, what gets the healthiest, highest quality results in any given situation for that person, family, entire society, and or the world. By toxic, I literally mean just destructive. Whether it's destructive to the person on a holistic level, it's destructive to friends and family, or it's destructive to society and or the world. Depends upon the context, but it is destructive instead of building. I hope that will bring a little bit of clarity.
Yeah,
But
and
please continue.
that does take away a little bit of the subjectivity, the interpretation of different, what might be different characteristics that somebody could label toxic, but that is quite literally just their opinion.
Because it doesn't cater to their ego, to their feelings.
Right, right. So, in any case, sorry, catching up on the chat here real quick, make sure we're not missing anything. So, we're going to, let's jump in and talk about toxic femininity then. So, especially as it relates to the aesthetic presentation. So, speaking from my own personal experience, I learned that women who presented themselves in a very feminine manner, so they would usually have their hair done, lots of effort be put into having their hair done, lots of makeup put into makeup. So,
Lots of makeup put into makeup.
lots of makeup put into makeup. Yes, sorry, I'm
Aw.
trying to get ahead of myself here.
Effort.
Effort put into makeup, you know, facial alterations. It is artistry, yes, but lots of effort put into that, and as well into clothing or other presentations that might make them physically less capable in an emergency situation. I know I'm breaking that down very strangely, but it'll make sense in a second. Let's say that you have a woman who is wearing high heel shoes.
Like
She's
stilettos. You have to be really
stilettos.
specific.
Yep, stiletto shoes. She's got nails that have been done to be very ornate. They're very long. It makes it difficult for her to maybe, grasp and manipulate things. She's wearing dress that is also perhaps very flowy, very long. She can't move very quickly within that. Her hair is done in a particular way that if she were to, I don't know, get wet, her day is going to be absolutely ruined. She's not going to want to get wet. She's not going to want to be outside if it's windy at all. She's very particular and fussy about her look. I was taught that women who present in this way are women to watch out for, because they are going to be very self-absorbed and not at all useful. We're talking about utilitarian transactional relationships. They are not going to be useful in a survival situation, in a low income family potentially who needs somebody to be very hardy and self-sacrificing. That is not the individual that you want. And on some level, that makes sense if you are thinking from that perspective and if you are, living that reality. And it is sad in some ways that that is what I was kind of brought up to believe. However, when you look at toxic femininity and the way that it is displayed today in society, oftentimes women who present this way, that is a pretty accurate indicator of the person underneath.
Mm-hmm.
These women are generally very concerned with their looks, or they would not spend all that time painting themselves up and doing themselves up the way that they do. Oftentimes, the goal of that particular woman, we're talking about the toxic feminine who presents in this way, she is looking to catch somebody's attention who is simply interested in the eye candy and who can potentially afford the upkeep on that individual. So it is a very surface level attraction, and these women play this kind of, it's a fishing game. It's
Yeah.
exactly what this is. It's a
Yeah.
lure. They are
Let's go
presenting
fish.
themselves as a lure,
Mm-hmm.
and there is nothing else within these women that indicate any other aspects of femininity. Certainly nothing that's positive or healthy about it. And so there is a very nasty taste among a lot of men who, they see this, even though they may be attracted to it, they see this and they go, nope, she's just going to play me. She's going to suck me dry for everything that I have and, leave me as soon as I have nothing else to offer. And there's a very real and well-founded fear within that. However, unfortunately, that's become the perversion of femininity, and it's quite sad that you have this very widely used lure presentation, essentially, that does put a very negative public perception on femininity. At least for me, in the way that I grew up, that is what I associated with femininity. It's very narrow, but it's also accurate, unfortunately, to a large degree. Belle is going to take over the microphone here and talk about how somebody can present themselves very feminine in a lot of those same ways, but still have much, much more to back up the feminine front and be a more fulfilling presentation and offer more positive aspects through that feminine lens.
Absolutely. I think that you did a great job of delineating a good portion of it. Something that I grew up seeing specifically were women around me who were just that empty shell. They were all about getting their hair done, their nails done, their makeup was done if they were going to be the feminine type, or they were wearing typically very short skirts, short dresses, or short shorts, and heels. But talking to these women, it became clear that it was all a facade. There were no brain cells behind the presentation. These people, these women, were not cultured in any way. They were not interested in asking questions and learning about the world around them. They were not interested in learning how to cook or learning how to have certain domestic or artistic skills outside of how to don their makeup in a way that completely would change their facial shape, or how to achieve the same look in terms of their hair, or how to get the shape that would attract the man or the men that they wanted. And then on top of that, these women were incredibly catty, incredibly vicious and cruel. They were manipulative, unkind, uncaring, purposefully rude. And I grew up noticing that my aesthetic ideals and my personality ideals did not match up with anything that I was seeing around me, and I felt very isolated. For example, at least here in America, I'm not sure where any of you guys are, but here in America, the common quote-unquote pretty or beautiful woman is wearing a push-up bra, has large breasts, and they're on nearly full display. She's wearing heels, typically very unsafe heels for whatever situation she may be in, and she's wearing a mini skirt, a mini dress, or short shorts that show off very intimate areas of her body. She's also usually got the long fingernails, the false acrylic nails, and has her hair dyed to hell and back, some other shade, whether it's like platinum blonde or jet black, or it's just not her natural color. Typically it doesn't, in my opinion, doesn't look great with her natural coloring. And that's really about it. But for me, I don't see that as being beautiful or pretty or attractive. For me, feminine aesthetics and aesthetics in general is about, now I know it's called sacred geometry. It's about different proportions and how they play off of each other for each individual. It's about color theory, and each person has their own individual coloring that can be maximized and individualized to the point where every single person can be a walking piece of divine art, should they choose. It's also about different shapes. I'm particular about different shapes on different people. Like for me, because I'm very feminine, I'm all about rounded shapes. So I wear a lot of corsets to enhance my waist to hip ratio and to enhance the roundness of my hips. But I am not about putting certain private aspects of myself on display. I don't tend to show a lot of cleavage. I don't tend to show more than my mid-thigh if I'm wearing anything remotely short, and I'm almost always wearing ballet leggings or ballet tights underneath of my outfits if I'm wearing something short, because I personally find the smooth aesthetic of silk more appealing than my own flesh, which I hold as very, very private. To be more rounded as far as going beyond the looks, I study a lot. I study makeup to enhance my own natural face shape and my own natural beauty. I study different types of heels that I can wear and that are both functional and classically beautifully feminine. And I found very particular types of shoes that are perfectly functional. They're heels, but I can wear them both like hiking. I walk miles and miles at the Disney parks in them with no issues. I can do chores in them, be around the house, and they're perfectly comfortable and perfectly beautiful. You don't really have to sacrifice in that way, in my opinion, if you get creative enough. So I study aesthetics, I study the physical form and comfort a lot of the time. I study, there's hair care and hair health and hairstyling, and it's because I'm focusing on quality over just the aesthetics. And then all of that personal care aside, I'm consistently studying psychology, and I'm learning about the natural world around me. I'm learning about current events. I'm learning about color theory and the history of any given thing. I just really, really love to learn. Especially, I think culture is crucial. I study Japanese culture as well as Russian culture. Those are my two favorites. And I integrate a lot of that information into my own aesthetic, into my house, the way that I may cook foods when I am well enough to say cook for my husband. I try different things. I'm just always consistently learning, and I place a special importance on manners, on kindness, sincerity, and on offering the world as genuine an experience as I possibly can without putting myself at risk. It's a very fine line to walk, because I know that a lot of other people really don't study to this extent, and I think that that's a shame. I think that this is something that would do everyone well if it were encouraged, because it opens minds, it broadens horizons, and it can allow you to bring a certain level of quality to your life and to your loved ones that otherwise they may not have access to, especially if you're a feminine person and you're living a very feminine lifestyle, a truly feminine lifestyle. This is your realm. This is where you'll shine. And if you can live genuinely in this sphere, you're going to attract, at some point, the people who are going to love you and appreciate you for you. What I think is truly sad is the fact that now we do have societies like MGTOW, where they see the false feminine, as I personally call it, and or the toxic feminine, and they think that this is literally all that women and feminine people have to offer. And what is so sad is that femininity has become a caricature of itself in society. It's now just a mask that, say, people on the left especially, they put it on. It's like a dress-up game. I'm a woman because I say I am. I am feminine because I say I am. But they're ignoring so many biological pieces of information, and they're ignoring everything else that emotionally comes along with being feminine or a feminine person. I think that's about what I've got.
Yeah, and I would add to that briefly before going back and using some of those things as talking points, is that the way that she understands her role as a healthy feminine person is loosely related to how geishas of Japan operate within their expression of femininity. There's a lot of focus on the aesthetic beauty, the arts, performing arts, and being
hospitable.
Thank you. That's the word I'm looking for. Being hospitable to their male counterparts. And it is not prostitution in any way, shape, or form. In fact, that's never, as far as I know, and in the vast majority of geisha society, that's never even something that's even talked about, because it's understood that that is not the interplay that is going on there, the obvious interplay.
Right.
But to go back and talk about how she was mentioning the difference between her expression, the things that she focuses on for healthy femininity, talking about sacred geometry and color theory, things to basically create something
Oh yes, and shapes and seasons.
Shapes and seasons, right?
Yeah.
To basically be a walking piece of art. It would seem as though the mask of femininity that is used as a window dressing, as our chat person had mentioned, that these fake outward displays of femininity are all pretty based around the biologically
Mm-hmm.
attractive things about a female.
You're an evolutionary bargain.
Yeah, okay, so we're going to talk about the term evolutionary bargain here in a minute. But going back, so they will focus on showing more skin. Sex sells,
Yes,
right?
yes.
So you will see lower cut shirts or midriff shirts or really, really high skirts, booty shorts that they might call it.
With no silks or tights.
No
underneath.
silks or tights, showing skin everywhere, because that is you are going to trigger the interest of your basic biological male, because it goes back to millions of years of reproductive evolution, that if a woman is displaying the particular proportions, and there's science that shows this, women with certain proportions, a waist to hip ratio and a certain bust indicate reproductive fitness, and so they are going to be considered, they will be labeled aesthetically pleasing or hot to biological males, generally speaking. And I shouldn't even say biological males, to masculine people who appreciate biological women or feminine presenting individuals. There's a science to it, and it's based on evolutionary biology. So again, these people will present themselves in a way that they know they will gain attention or be considered pretty for, but it's really very, very primitive in its expression.
It also communicates competition to other females and or feminine people around you. It's saying, I'm showing the most skin, therefore I am the most attractive, and you cannot compete. I am the most confident and the most attractive, so therefore I am head female. I am top female.
And I'm going to throw something really controversial in here. This is not something we're going to spend any time on, but just for funsies. The reason I believe that you see burqas being worn by women in the Middle East is because of that power that women do have in being able to show a little bit of skin and inciting a sexual response, whether that be acted on or not. It is subconscious in its control over masculine or biological men. Not all of them, obviously. Gay men don't care. I'm just saying, in the heteronormative, heterotypical, that is a response that is a very real thing. And so I'm not saying that burqas are something that we should adopt. I'm simply saying that in that culture, they have taken the realization of that aspect to the extreme by covering women up, because this is a very, very real mechanism.
Yeah, it's like human beings are prone to taking things to extremes, right? We can plainly see that. And then they also have the immature, relative, subjective, have an external locus of control. So this is an example, in my opinion, of the Muslim culture. They take women's beauty, sexual appeal, etc., and they're going to say, no, I can't handle this, so therefore you need to cover up.
Right.
To the extreme.
Yeah, to the extreme. So, so we've talked about now what the toxic feminine expression, the unhealthy feminine expression looks like, which is to show more skin, be more, primitive in that expression, versus what perhaps the healthy feminine might do, which is more a focus on, you said sacred geometry, color theory, making something look more aesthetically pleasing and harmonious, versus sexually appealing.
That's right. That is absolutely right. It's more about harmony. That's, I think, the very best word that I've ever had used in describing this. It's about color harmony, harmony in shapes and patterns, harmony in size and scale, and then also in seasonal expression. So adornments or accompaniments that suit the season or the holiday as well. It's all very tailored, and in that way, you can have, oh, and also to even to the time of day, you can have so many different expressions of that sacred femininity. In my opinion, even in one day, you can have anywhere between 3 and 12, maybe more, and at the very minimum you can have 365 different versions of that to a certain extent every single year.
Yeah. And so that actually brings up something that I would like to talk about, which is supporting the traditional feminine. So I understand that on one end of the spectrum, you have the MGTOW, men going their own way. They might find themselves in relationships or marriages to women who end up being a drain on their resources and really offering nothing in return.
Mm-hmm.
And, this even extends to, men who may or may not have children with a woman, but they find themselves then basically just being a slave to their obligations, and they really are not being appreciated for what it is that they are offering in that scenario. And then so you will see, like MGTOW, men going their own way, where they say, look, I don't want to be saddled with this kind of responsibility, and or I don't want to have to support what it takes to make a traditionally feminine woman blossom in her expression. And I will speak from personal experience on this, growing up the way that I did, which was coming from a lower income household where it was 50-50. Both parents contributed as much as they possibly could to the household financially. And so to have a one-sided relationship where you have the traditional masculine entity doing all of the financial earning and the feminine entity not doing any of the financial earning, she is taking care of everything else, the house and home and health of everything within it, including the other spouse, that to the 50-50 individual, that seems like they're being taken advantage of. That's where potentially the whole mislabeling of gold digger is coming in. Granted, you absolutely have, again, the toxic feminine individuals who are gold digging. They're just looking for somebody who is just nothing but a wallet to them.
Mm-hmm.
But there is something to be said about then accepting the gender role between a traditional masculine and a traditional feminine, where perhaps, or not perhaps, for example, in our marriage, this was something that I had to really retrain myself if appreciating the traditional feminine was something that I really, truly needed. So there's a difference between need and want, or what I thought I wanted and what I really needed. And this goes actually really deep into learning for yourself which gender you have more characteristics within, or rather which
Expression.
which combination of gender expression or gender characteristics do you have, and then finding, if you're going to be in relationship with somebody, finding someone else for whom is going to balance that equation. So for me, I really do fall into the traditional masculine persona, which is that I do feel better when I am the one doing a lot of the out and about earning and physical manipulation of things, and to have somebody at home who is then, I know where they are. I don't have to worry about them out in the world. You might even call this a little bit controlling. I could certainly see why. For me, though, having somebody who is making the home environment very pleasant to come home to, doing all of those seasonally appreciative things, celebrating the seasons, the traditions, like people would Christmas and I don't know,
like Easter and
Easter,
Halloween
springtime,
and
Halloween,
yeah.
decorating and things like that. Those are things that I appreciated about my own mother. And to have somebody who can do those things at home, that means if they're going to do it well, they have to really be supported, and not just in being able to complete those things, but also in taking care of themselves, because it's very important for the traditionally feminine person to do a lot of self-care. Potentially, you might say in some ways maybe a little more intensive than a traditionally masculine person. Their self-care looks a lot different and maybe more in the physical realm.
Yeah, like balancing health and beauty is hard sometimes.
Yeah, and so that's why you see a lot of women today burning out because they're trying to do the kids, the house, the husband, their own self-care, and they can't. They can't do it all, and it's contributing to some serious mental health crises of women, especially of traditionally feminine women, being pushed by New Age feminism to have their own career and their own bag and their own this and that and independent. And on one level that's fine, but you cannot have your cake and eat it too. You cannot have
No.
your hand in all of those realms and do them well. Let's just put it that way. So for me,
But it's sexist to say that. Remember?
yeah, right.
It's,
Today
it's horribly sexist for us to say or think that. Just keep
Correct.
that in mind.
Yeah.
We know we're problematic in some ways. We're cool with it. You don't
Right.
have to call us names. It's fine.
Mm-hmm. So for me, I had to come to the realization that I would be much happier with a traditionally feminine person, but that also means stepping up to the plate and being financially responsible for the care and upkeep of said thing. And this actually goes way back to the way that societies used to, in some cases, be run on the aristocratic or royal levels, where you had one very wealthy male for a harem of women that his status symbol was that he could afford the upkeep on all of the women in the harem. I am not saying that this is what we need to do as a society. I'm simply saying that that model on a smaller scale might work for people who are traditionally masculine and traditionally feminine to accept that model as being one that actually can work in a very healthy way for them. So
And not talking about polygamy.
no.
We're talking purely about the gender dynamic.
Yes, smaller scale, as in one man, one woman.
Right? Because there was a lot of emotional and mental neglect and abuse going on within those
yeah.
harems. So
Yeah.
we're not endorsing harem life.
No, and then we're
Hashtag harem life. No
yeah,
thanks.
nope, nothing like that, and not saying that men should have access to all those women sexually for whenever he wants, just because he's paying for it. No,
Right,
no,
right.
no, no,
No,
no,
no,
no, no, no. Simply saying that if he wants to appreciate the aesthetic beauty and the fulfillment and the nurturing that a traditionally feminine woman can provide, can provide,
You're woman.
that we would say then that he needs to understand that there's going to be a financial cost incurred with that, and needs to accept responsibility for said incurment, and that requires a huge amount of trust on both ends, which is why we have MGTOW and New Age feminism, because there's a lot of reason for men and women, or masculine and feminine, not to trust one another, because there's a lot of lack of self-responsibility, lack of integrity, lack of follow-through going on with your end of the bargain, your end of the gender role. So I'm not saying that it's just going to all of a sudden work just because we say so. It takes a lot of individual work on people themselves before they can engage in those kinds of healthy relationship dynamics.
Can I share my experience?
Yeah, have at it. Yep.
Okay, so he shared his experience in the relationship earlier on, and I think it would be good for you guys to know too my side in terms of the gender role experience. We had agreed that I would be working very minimal, if really at all, that I would be taking care of the house when we moved in together, and I would be doing like all of the cooking, and I'd be taking care of the animals in the house, and of course I was there to be a love companion for Artemis, right? Well, we get there, and because of his interference from his parents and his sister, convincing him that I was a gold digger, I was out to destroy the family, I was out to destroy him, I was too sensitive, blah, 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 all of those things. I started down this path where I could not cope with the masculinization. I started stress eating anything and everything, like all the time. I had to get a full-time job, physical labor jobs. I was miserable all the time, and I still had to come home and take care of the dogs and the cat and the birds. I still had to cook for Artemis, and I still had to clean the house. And then on top of that, I was, because he fell in love with certain things about me physically from a femininity point of view, some of the hair and some of the makeup, etc. For a while, I was still trying to keep up all of that on top of it. I hated life and I was unhealthier by the day. I was crying my eyes out every single day, and no one was ever asking me, "Are you okay? What would you prefer? What would make you happy? What would make you healthy?" No one cared. And it broke my heart because I felt like no matter what I did, I could not be good enough, quote unquote. I couldn't be good enough, and I had no right to complain because I was just such an inconvenience to everyone else. And my self-esteem, the longer I stayed in this relationship, the more it was just in the toilet. And my health was quickly following on every single level. I think it was like 2019, after we had moved out of state away from his family, my health was just, it was still hit because even though he was away from his family, he was still a horrible person to be around. I'll just be completely honest with you. There was still a lot of abuse going on, nothing physical, just, the mental, the emotional stuff. And that was when I lost my menstrual cycle and I started having more serious organ failure, adrenal failure, and other toxicities in my body, just straight up due to overexposure to the elements, overexposure to stress, overworking myself. And I couldn't do my hair hardly anymore unless it was for work, and same with my makeup. I was wearing rags all the time because there was just so much going on, and he didn't want to get me, and in some cases flat out couldn't get me nice clothes anymore. I looked and I felt horrible, and it was to the point where he flat out told me, I am so unhappy. You give me nothing. And we got into a massive fight about this because I was so angry over how I had done everything to please not only him, but to please his family. And I couldn't make anyone happy, no matter what I did, no matter how I behaved, no matter what I said, how I presented myself. Nothing was working. And I felt like such a failure, an abject failure. But then it dawned on me during that fight, he wants both an extremely feminine person, like trusting, sweet, you could say even submissive in some ways, takes great care of her physical health, her physical beauty, but he also wants a partner in all of the traditional male ways. He wants me to pay a lot of his way. He wants me to be just as mentally strong and emotionally detached. He wants all of these things. He wants the best of both sides of the coin.
Wanted, not
yeah,
wants.
I'm sorry. Wanted. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I was thinking back.
Yeah, you were thinking in the moment, but I was like, yeah, we should clarify
Yeah, we
that.
should clarify. Things have changed
A lot, yeah.
for the better. But he wanted the best of both worlds without providing support for either of those sides. And I've seen a lot of modern day women fall into this trap where they want to they want and they feel as though they need to present as femininely as possible, but they need to basically be a man on the inside, and it destroys them. In fact, there are full-blown YouTube channels that I watch, femininity channels, that talk about these mental and psychological traps that feminine women can fall into and how it can quickly derail their lives and destroy their health. That's exactly what happened to me. And because of that, I do not consider myself a feminist in any way, shape, or form. And in fact, I really love masculinity, true masculinity, healthy masculinity. I support them entirely, and I do everything that I can to enhance their experience in the world, as well as I do everything that I can to support young women, up and coming feminine women, into developing into the beautiful ladies that they can, want, and deserve to be, if again that's what they so desire. The 50-50 trap, though, that's what it is. In my opinion, it is a trap, and it almost killed me.
Yeah, so it was at that point for myself that I realized, again, the difference between the fantasy idealization and then the realistic uh, expression and capabilities of any individual, and also realizing that what I thought that I, or rather what I wanted, wasn't actually what I needed when I finally became more of a balanced masculine individual. So I was very, very immature still, and also coming from the, as she said, 50-50 mentality, that, you know, if you want a partner who's going to be participating financially and everything, you know, when we say 50-50, really what we mean is in the financial or corporate business aspect, because
Yeah.
really every healthy relationship is doing, you know, their half, just in different ways. You might say apples to oranges, but there's still, it's what the feminine can offer versus what the masculine
It's
can
complementary.
offer. Yeah, complementary. So
Yeah.
by 50-50, we mean in the financial ways. So her having a job, a traditional job, and then me also having a traditional job. But when I realized that that is not, if the things that I loved and appreciated about her when I first met her, before I screwed her up with all of my baggage from childhood and, you know, parental ideologies, and just in general immature masculine thought process, in order to get back to all of that, I had to step up my end of the bargain and grow into, you know, the traditional healthy masculine role, in order to support the traditional feminine role that she was going to provide, that I was really what I needed versus what I had wanted, but what I wanted was not coming from a healthy place. So
Can we talk about how society tries to dictate what we each should quote unquote want? Because that drives me absolutely bonkers. I think it's highly relevant.
that'll be, yep, that was not in my notes. You're welcome to talk all about that if you want, and then we'll move on to the next topic. So have
Okay.
it.
Well, it's just for me, I grew up with people telling me that I should not want to be a stay-at-home wife, that I should not want to be artistic, that I should not want to be feminine, and that I should not want a romantic partner who is going to treat me in certain ways. And I think it is absolutely ridiculous that people are trying to dictate to other people what they quote unquote should want. This is all in the realm of relativity. So for me to hear other people, especially people who say that they're feminists, that they have my best interest at heart, for them to tell me, or to try to tell me, that I should or I shouldn't do this, or I should or I shouldn't want this, or should or shouldn't feel this, whatever it is, it's just another form of tyranny. And it's so far under my skin that it may as well just kind of be like I've been chipped, like a pet dog that's tried to run away. You know what I mean? Like they try to keep bringing me back into that fold, and they try to bring other people into that same fold, when they're completely discounting bio individuality as well as soulful, mental, emotional individuality.
Yeah, and maximizing and appreciate the individual potential of that
Yeah.
person, instead of trying to fit them into a societal mold that's largely based on either a socio-cultural trend or something that's, again, biological evolutionary based, which is at the end of the day based on a survival mode and not a thriving mode like we have in society today. We're not trying to survive, we're in a thriving society, so we don't need to try to shove
Yeah.
people into binary roles anymore, and we can appreciate, as I was saying long ago, this spectrum of gender expression within the biological sexes.
And it's like, so whatever happened to the saying "my body, my choice"? Whatever happened to it's my relationship, so it's my choice, or it's my heart, my choice, my time, my choice, my resources, just in general, my choice? That in this society, at least in American popular society, that doesn't exist anymore. And I want no part of that personally.
Yeah. So oh goodness. Oh, so we were talking we were talking about how, you know, for me anyway, wanting a fantasy, an idealized fantasy of a woman who both had, you know, masculine potential, and also that nurturing feminine, traditional feminine characteristics, how that's just not reasonable really to think that anybody could do that. both in a to a large to a great extent, to a large capacity. It also exists, of course, on the other end of that, women today wanting that very strong macho masculine man, but also the super sensitive,
Oh
oh, he
yeah,
would
yeah,
make a
yeah.
great father kind
Mhm.
of, really sappy beta male, having super in touch with his emotions. You can have a balance between the two, sure, but you are not going to have both of them in equal 100%,
The extremes.
measure. Yeah,
Mhm.
you're not going to have that. And that was brought up in the chat by one of our chatters, that it exists on both sides, from both perspectives, and guaranteed that anything that we're talking about here from the feminine aspect, its equal and opposite is also present, from the other perspective, from men or masculine's perspective looking at feminine, and vice versa.
Mhm.
We're going to do another live stream that talks about, focuses more on the masculine aspects of things, this side of the discussion, but this was just such a huge topic that, without going on for about 5 or 6 hours easy to cover them both, we just decided to focus on femininity for the sake
Mhm.
of this one. But that was brought up in the chat, that the other side of that coin absolutely exists, that idealization, and that's something that you have to be aware of and be realistic with yourself. Um, they also, another chatter was asking, is it fair to say that toxic masculinity is considered to be expressed as violence and oppression, and if so, how would
Mhm.
toxic femininity be quantified? So I think
I
that's,
wanted to get into that.
yeah,
Yeah.
so yeah, that we're gonna go in that direction now a little bit, and say that yes, absolutely, I would say that that it's accurate that toxic masculinity can be expressed as violence, physical brute force
Mhm.
certainly, and or oppression, in so like burqas, for example, over in the Middle East. If women don't actually want to be that way, that being forced on women, that they must be chaperoned by men and must wear burqas in public and must do all these things, actually exercising physical autonomy over, or physical domain over somebody's autonomy, yes,
Mhm.
absolutely, that would be considered a version of toxic masculinity. Toxic femininity, so if toxic masculinity is concerned with physical, the toxic femininity is going
Mhm.
to focus on emotions, the
Oh
mental and
yes.
emotional realm.
I think that I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
No,
Go
that's
ahead.
okay. I was just going to say briefly that we are. New Age feminism has also come up and about because of a fight against toxic masculinity and the oppression and mistreatment of women. Now, the pendulum is swinging to the other end of the spectrum, and we are experiencing toxic femininity to the point that we now have a lot of young men who are seriously thinking that they are transgender, or that they need to transition into being women because being a man is bad.
Mhm.
Having a male sex drive is predatory. It's
Mhm.
wrong. Um, the whole social justice warrior alphabet soup group mafia, their whole plan of attack is all mental and emotional manipulation, and that is toxic femininity.
Mhm.
It is creating disharmony and ill will towards people in a way that is mentally and emotionally abusive.
I think that it would be really good for you to give them some personal examples of how you've experienced in your life. What do you think?
Oh, well, I mean, just so there's a stereotype, and you know what? I'm not afraid to throw stereotypes out there because people can understand them. There's a
Mhm.
reason that stereotypes exist. I'll give the disclaimer that not everybody within this group, belongs to this stereotype. It's just so that people can understand what I'm talking about. But the stereotype of the Jewish wife or the Jewish
Mhm.
mother, the guilting
Mhm.
that they will do in order to gain compliance with their children or their spouses or friends or anybody, within
Or
their
their little
their
sphere.
realm of
Mhm.
influence. It's so much more difficult to spot this toxic femininity, this emotional manipulation, because it doesn't look like the brute force physical violence that toxic masculinity, because it's not in your face. So let's say, this is to some degree some that I experienced within my own family dynamics. It would be, let's just say, you as a teenager want to go out and hang out with your friends on a Friday night, and your maybe mother is feeling a little bit lonely, neglected, not getting what it is that she needs or wants emotionally from other relationships within her life. So you say, "Yeah, I'm gonna go out. I'll see you later," and she goes, "Oh, well, I was kind of hoping that you could hang out with me tonight. I mean, I would feel like crap if you didn't stay home and keep me company." And that sounds, on the surface, maybe to a lot of people like, "Oh, well, dang, I feel like an asshole now that I'm not going to stay home with my poor mother. Just,
Right.
she loves me and she wants to spend time with me. And, why can't I? Why shouldn't I stay home and, cater to my mother's emotional support?"
Or like calling you 43 times.
We're not going to talk about that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're not going to go into the nitty gritty of my own personal details on that. Let's
It was
just say,
something that popped into my
yeah,
head.
but
There's badgering. There's a lot of badgering.
yeah, lots and lots of emotional badgering and
Yeah.
guilting, shaming, and that emotional manipulation is indeed a form of toxic femininity. They will induce feelings of guilt or shame in order to gain compliance with the person they're directing that at.
Oh, or unless if they feel emboldened, they can actually cross the line into straight up masculine bullying. Like, you're going to do this or else. Like, my mother-in-law, the one time we were on a vacation, I didn't ask her to. She went out of her way to buy a very large quantity of a certain type of food for me. And she literally, in front of everyone else, said, "No, you're going to eat this or else." Or she said something like that very, very harshly because she felt so emboldened. And I find that this keeps happening when the toxic feminine is, in general, emboldened. They will drop any type of covert manipulation and jump headlong into straight up emotional domination. As far as barking orders, giving orders, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Am
yeah,
I talking right?
It can absolutely evolve and get nastier and more brutish, and then go to more physical means, or even toxic masculinity, in the range of toxic masculinity. But so that's something that we face now today, is this much less easily identified form of emotional manipulation and abuse. It's abuse, and it is rooted in toxic femininity, because we're not talking about this being a woman's, women are evil, this is woman's problem. It's literally just that feminine has domain over emotions and empathy.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say emotions, that's way too broad, but let's just say how would you say it?
That is actually how I would say it.
Okay.
Personally, that's how I would say it.
And because emotions can range all over the board, but women tend to be more in touch or in tune with emotions, and men tend to be pretty one-dimensional in it. It's either happy, horny, or angry.
Hungry or sleepy.
Hungry or sleepy. Okay, yeah, right. Yeah, those are the big ones. Yeah, the seven dwarfs. You can talk about it that way.
Yeah.
Which is funny, actually, because
That's
I
great.
almost wonder if that's based on the basic emotions that men tend to experience.
They left one out.
Yeah, yes, they did. They did leave one out, didn't they?
It should be the 8th dwarf.
Yeah, the eighth dwarf. Yeah.
Women they rule the realm of emotional warfare.
Richard the dwarf was left out.
Oh.
If you know the shortened nickname for Richard, you might get what I'm saying. But anyway, that's just me and my humor. So, any case, we have a blushing feminine over here.
Oh my gosh.
Anyway, so and that just because there was somebody in the chat who was talking about Disney classics being treated with disdain now, so that kind of popped into my mind to talk about the dwarves there for a moment. But so that then ties into how we are. Okay, so toxic femininity.
They're catty and scheming.
Yeah, how we are. New Age feminism is demonizing traditional expression of femininity, traditional feminine roles, because women who are gender nonconforming don't fit into that dynamic, those relationship dynamics or the societal role. They don't fit that. So they're going to demonize that which they don't fit in a very perverse way to then find a way to justify their own existence, which is
Yeah.
so toxic. And it's, instead of saying, okay, traditional femininity has its uses, has its place in society, we do not fit that. We are this particular realm, and we can offer this to society as our natural innate expression. This is what we have to offer. Instead, it's this tendency of the human nature to downplay, minimize, demonize another way of being in order to put yourself up. It's actually narcissistic. It's putting somebody else down to bring you up, which is terrible. There's no short way to say that.
And I think, too, that that's why now the Disney princesses are being hated on to the extent that they are now. Because toxic feminine sees the healthier, sincere, gentle, genuine forms of femininity as being airheaded, bubble-headed, as being useless, as being inherently stupid, and as deserving punishment for being gentle, especially, or for being artistic, for being not utilitarian enough for them. And so there's a lot of jealousy there that can be spoken about. The toxic femininity feels as though, well, I should have this just because I'm blah, blah, blah. So there's that entitlement there, and when they don't get their way, because traditional men, the traditional men, traditional masculinity, it's not attracted to toxic femininity in any way, shape, or form. They really do prefer, like, the Disney princess trope, per se, and the toxic femininity is therefore feeling jealous, hurt, entitled, but they also don't want to put in any of the work to be what the Disney princess tropes naturally possess, which is that natural nurturing, natural caring, the artistic bent, the gentleness, the tendency towards taking care of others.
Yep. And if you don't want to embody that, that is also fine if you don't want to fit that role, but then recognize the type of person in your opposite that you are then going to attract.
Yeah, it's a mathematical equation that toxic femininity does not like, and toxic femininity is not about harmony or nature or balance anyway. So that's where that entitlement comes from. They don't care about anything except their feelings.
Right. And that's that narcissistic bend to it that also, toxic masculinity embodies. There's that root in narcissism it's the running theme across them both.
Yeah, I agree.
So, all right. So I think we have covered a great deal of what I wanted to cover. And we had somebody who posted a comment on one of my videos, and the comment was, I wonder if how feminine a trans person presents themselves can reflect the degree to which they wish to be treated as a woman in a traditional sense in a relationship or in society. And that it goes along with what we've been talking about here just now, in that, what you are presenting, just recognize that what you are presenting and what you are then going to attract as a result of that. And I do think that if you present yourself in a more traditionally feminine way, so if you are going to take care to present yourself very aesthetically pleasing, you've picked the right color palette for yourself to maximize your presentation, your aesthetic beauty. You've put care into your clothing, your hair, makeup. As a feminine, we're talking about as a feminine person here, which is what this live stream is about. That you are going to attract somebody who is interested in that display. And what that means on a deeper level is it's indicating to the opposite person that you care about yourself enough to be healthy, to present yourself in a way that indicates that you have your stuff together, basically. And as we said earlier about the different ways that you can present yourself to indicate, are you an empty shell of a feminine person? So are you showing lots of cleavage, lots of skin, maybe poor color choices for yourself, or things that are highly sexualized, or maybe mimic more of porn in that way, that are really, some people might say bimbo in their presentation. Understand that that's also the kind of person that you're going to attract on the opposite end, the masculine spectrum. But if you're doing it in a much more balanced, feminine, more full-bodied way, you're going to attract the full range of masculine people, and then it's going to be your job to search through and find which of those masculine people is also going to offer their end of the bargain. But going back to how you wish to be treated in society, yes, if you're dressing in a certain way that you are now no longer functionally utilitarian, as I would say, so you're not dressing in a way that would be conducive to perhaps a survivalist type scenario, then yes, you are indicating on a primitive level that you are wishing to be taken care of, not to take care of someone else in that, physical survivalist kind of sense. You are potentially looking to take care of them emotionally and maybe health-wise from, the home aspect, from the home. So yes, I do believe that most men would also say that if they're attracted to a country girl type, let's just say, here in America, that would be the cowboy boots wearing,
plaid shirt,
plaid shirt kind of, not too terribly makeup-y. That is a utilitarian type of woman who, elbow grease, down and dirty, dirt under her fingernails kind of person. And so, yeah, he's not interested in having to cater to somebody in that very sensuously decorative kind of way. So yes, you are, I do believe, indicating to people what it is that you want in a partner based on the way that you are presenting yourselves. And that if you're, as a woman, that can be, full on, masculine presentation. So you potentially want another male who is interested in that, or masculine person who is interested in that, all the way to the feminine on the other end of the spectrum.
And getting into how you dress, I think it would be wise for us to talk about the whole rape culture thing.
Okay.
Do you know, we had that conversation with someone at lunch really recently.
Yes.
Yes, I think that would be interesting.
Yeah, so
Clothing.
Clothing choice. So as far as the feminine goes, and this is a little bit tangential, but we'll come full circle back to.
I have something to add to it, which is highly relevant,
the live
which is
stream.
why I said.
Yeah. And I am monitoring the chat, so we will get back to a couple of questions that I have not yet addressed. But for dress, the way that you present yourself. So, as far as what you might find attractive, to yourself, let's just say as a woman, what you find attractive and what you put on is really worth considering why you find that attractive. So, let's say, the women who, here in the United States, they go clubbing, so out to the bars, out to the clubs. The typical dress for women like that is showing lots and lots of skin. And I have to wonder if these women find themselves, if really truly they find themselves attractive, pretty versus hot, is another thing that we have yet to get into. But I think if they really sat and thought about it, a woman might not find what she's wearing to really be pretty, and she'd find it more hot simply because it gains her the attention from the person that she thinks she wants it from, the masculine male or just biological male in general. And again, on a very primitive level, these people are looking for just sex appeal. So lots of skin displaying reproductive potential. It's really pretty simple. If they were not thinking from that angle, I would have to wonder what they would find attractive to put on, what they would find pretty versus hot instead, which is, they would say, oh, I look hot. Okay, well, what about pretty? What would you put on if you were just trying to be pretty and not trying to have the sex appeal? And they may find for themselves that the two are very, very different things, and to potentially focus on more of the healthy femininity would mean not dressing in the quote unquote hot kind of way, which is showing more skin, or in some other another example, not talking about club wear, but talking about people, not people, we'll just say women. Well, no, I guess people in general, but since we're talking about women, women who wear grunge type clothing, so very tattered clothes, ripped up jeans, or ripped up shirts in any way. So that, for the whole origin of that style was more or less of fuck the patriarchy. And excuse the language, but that is what is often stated by these individuals, where I guess the best statement to make about that thought process is that we are so free now that we choose bondage. And what I mean by that is that back, way back in our history, to wear tattered clothes would be embarrassing, would be shameful, because it indicated that you couldn't afford anything better, and that you really were indeed poor. But now we are so free to choose what it is that we want to wear that we say, oh, we're going to wear these tattered clothes because it indicates that we don't care about riches, we don't care about capitalism, and we don't need any of this to be happy or to feel pretty. And we find this to be aesthetically pleasing to be be anti-establishment, and wear these things, where it's actually kind of an immature thought process, because you can still indicate that you don't care about establishment, that you don't care about riches, and yet not wear tattered clothing, something that can still be aesthetically pleasing without being too luxurious.
Or like brand label.
Yeah,
or
a brand
something.
label. And the best example of this would be what perhaps Tibetan monks wear. It's like a simple toga, but the clothing it still can be pretty colors, but it's very simple draping, and it is meant to indicate simple lifestyle, minimalistic lifestyle, without being this statement of fuck the patriarchy, and or being ugly on purpose, which is a lot of what New Age feminism does, which is, okay, well, if I feel like I can't be pretty like the way everybody else is, or the way that our biological evolutionary lens would see as pretty, if I can't have that, if I can't embody that, or I don't want to do the work, that's the other asterisk, I don't want to do the work for it, then I'm going to go the opposite direction, and I'm going to make myself as ugly as possible because I have all the control in doing so. And it's a very, very perverse message that it's immature. It's the teenager rebellious, I'm going to do it this way.
And you should still love me.
And yes, and you should still love me because, women's rights, or all women are beautiful, or all anything like that, without putting the effort in. And that's also creating a pretty nasty taste in a lot of men's mouths, because they're like, no, not really. There's definitely a boundary to what is aesthetically pleasing, and then that is on the other side of that boundary for sure. You were going to say?
Yeah, they don't want to put in any of the effort to actually win the hand of the man or the masculine person and all the resources that that masculine person or that man has, they simply feel entitled to it because they have a vagina. And for me, I feel like that is peak toxic femininity, and it blows my mind the extent of the entitlement that I've seen on that level. That's really all I had to add to that one.
Well, yeah, and so we've for so many years prior, it was the entitlement of men to women. You know, that grain of truth that there is to the quote unquote rape culture, which men, saying, "Well, I took you to dinner, you owe me something," or "I paid for this, and now you owe me this." There is that grain of truth to the rape culture, which is absolutely unacceptable, and that is not okay for men to impose upon women, especially in an undisclosed fashion.
Exactly. If there's not been a conversation about it, you don't have an agreement, and no one owes anyone anything.
Right. So that is the grain of truth to the rape culture there that women are, have been fighting against in that way. So I do understand from that perspective. However, again, the entitlement pendulum, the pendulum of entitlement has now switched, all the way to the toxic feminine side and saying, well, the healthy at every size movement is a big one.
Oh, pun intended.
Yeah, yes. That is the elephant in the room that we have not yet discussed, if you want another pun. So, yeah, that is where we have swung now, that direction in entitlement in the court of the toxic feminine. So, going back, though, to a question posed in the chat, let's see, was that, is it difficult to care about how one looks without that then devolving into it becoming problematic? So talking about all of the preparation that goes into the presentation of an aesthetically pleasing traditional feminine. Yes, absolutely. There was so we watched South Park. There was an episode that we recently watched, but it was in season 22 or something. Cartman's girlfriend taking hours and hours and hours to get ready before going to wherever it was that they were going.
It was the Halloween party at a pumpkin patch. Yeah,
but that's a relatable scenario for a lot of men. They will say, when she says she'll be ready in 15 minutes, give her an hour and a half, or she'll be ready in an hour and a half or something like that, to that effect. And that is an overstepping. That is where the traditional feminine expression, the work that goes into it is overstepping and is being inconsiderate of the masculine's experience. So yes, she does
sometimes breaking contract, like agreeing to leave at a certain time.
Yeah, agreeing to leave at a certain time. Look, we need to go at this time, so no matter how much time you need, it is on you as the feminine person to take all of that time prior to, because the deadline is set by the masculine person. We must go at this time. That is the time that you go. And yes, it will become problematic if you overstep as the feminine person, overstep those agreements simply because you are trying to make everything look, a certain way and maintain, that's why your job, your realm, you are not being given in the traditional feminine role. You are not being given a job outside the house to perform, because you are given the whole day.
Yeah.
While the masculine person is away doing all of the financial responsibilities and the physical work to keep the household afloat in that respect.
Your job is time management.
Yeah, a feminine's job is all time management within that day, that her responsibilities are, house, hearth, and, herself. The 3 H's, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
And the health of, everybody else in the household, whether that be both children and the husband, or
whoever,
whoever, or pets if you have them, all living beings within the premises. Plants too, I suppose. Plants.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. All the living things, all the things. So, so in any case, yes, that's where it can absolutely overrun and become problematic, and that is the feminine's responsibility to police herself.
And let's say femininity is so attacked these days, and it's so put down, that people don't realize how much time and effort really goes into doing it all well. For example, in the morning before I leave somewhere, if he and I are going somewhere, it's not just my duty to get up, put on an outfit, do a little bit of makeup, and walk out the door. I have laundry to look after, I have dishes and kitchen duty, I have a cat to take care of. Sometimes if I'm feeling well enough, I have like a drink to make for him. And then I also need to consider things like the weather and the season or the holiday, what we're doing that day, so I can choose an appropriate outfit aesthetically and functionally.
Hosting guests.
Yeah, hosting guests, and then there can be weather factors for my makeup as well. That'll determine the look and the texture and the thickness of my makeup and the different colors. And then the hairstyle, how I'm going to do my hair. And all of those factors, it's difficult to juggle. So it's not just me being an airhead, getting up and tossing something on. But then again, I also make sure that I make it easy on myself. I know about how much it's going to take to do each set of makeup, each different type of makeup. I know about how long it's going to take each different hairstyle that I've mastered. And then I know I have different sets of accessories and different outfits that I have put together, that I have curated over the last few years, to the point where I can look at, okay, what is today's date? What is the weather? What is the occasion? What is the season in general? How deep into the season are we, or is it a holiday? And then I consider all those factors typically the night before, and then I have an appropriate outfit to pull out of my wardrobe and set aside so that I can have that ready to go. And then with each outfit, there are only a few different types of makeup looks that will also fit the weather and the occasion, and then the color harmony of the dress or the outfit that I've pulled. So that helps me narrow it down too. And then from there, the hair becomes a whole lot easier because it's more about, okay, what is the weather and what is the activity? And then I can accent or ornament my hair from there if needed. So that's how I kind of like whittle it down.
Yeah, so I am hearing so many women right now already going, are you fucking kidding me? You want me to do all of that with all of the stuff that I'm already doing? You know, that just sounds like an absolutely insane amount of work to do. And forget that. If that's what it means to be traditionally feminine, there is no way. And I completely understand how overwhelming that sounds. First of all, we don't have kids, and we don't plan on having kids. And there's a number of reasons for that, not the least of which is biologically it's a little bit tough for us. But the amount of work that it takes to really, truly, as a traditionally feminine woman, to take care of yourself and then take care of your partner and take care of the house and any other living things within it is an extreme amount of work that it goes way underappreciated and way underestimated. And by this point in a lot of people's lives, especially if you're listening to this now when you're even our age in early 30s, and you already have kids and you have a job and you have a certain level of income that's coming in, you are probably without making some serious sacrifices not going to be able to achieve that level of operation of expression of traditional femininity. And I'm not saying that that's wrong at all. Children add a huge dimension of responsibility, and now that you have them, if you have them, trying to upkeep the house that they're in and everything that they need with the income that you already have might be a struggle. And so to drop the job that the feminine person holds in order to fulfill some of those other traditional roles is maybe going to be impossible at that point. And I realize that. And so, we're not saying that you're somehow wrong for doing things the way that you have. It's just that at this point, should you have the opportunity to scale some things back and you find the traditional feminine role to be more fulfilling and healthy for you it's something that you're going to have to think about as a way to kind of reconfigure things, to negotiate that, to make that happen. And I don't envy anybody in a position where they've got, 3 kids and they're working, both spouses are working, and they can't afford to drop the income of one, and the feminine person is really drowning and not being able to fulfill some things that would be healthier for them. And even for the masculine person, again, this live stream isn't really about the masculine person, but it happens on their end as well. That's a whole nother live stream. But it's very, very difficult to do, and we understand that. And not saying that you should all of a sudden, drop everything because you've been doing it wrong. It's just something to consider.
And I think that this is a good time to bring up what is hypergamy versus hypogamy, especially for the feminine person, and what does that mean for the feminine. So hypergamy, Hypergamy, is the practice of dating up. For the feminine person, dating up in the world is having a masculine man find you who is wealthy. They are wealthy financially, they are wealthy emotionally, they are wealthy mentally, and wealthy spiritually, which means they have a lot to give to you on all levels. They provide for all of your physical needs, your mental needs, your emotional needs, everything to the very best of their ability, and they keep that coming on a sustainable, long-term level. And if they can't, they have backup plans in place to make sure that you're going to be taken care of no matter what. And then hypogamy, Hypogamy, is when you date a man, or in general a person who drags you down. That could be they are straining your financial resources, your mental resources, your emotional resources, your spiritual resources. Basically, you are not getting what it is you truly want and need from the relationship because you have to dim your light or dull yourself down, sometimes even dumb yourself down to cater to what it is that other person wants. Like, you don't fit as puzzle pieces and enrich each other. It's you constantly sacrificing, say in the 50-50 hustle, it's you sacrificing your resources in a negative way to make sure that that other person feels that you are contributing to the relationship. If you're dating the right person who really truly loves you and appreciates you, you're not ever going to have to do that. And this is why it's crucial, especially for the feminine woman, to practice hypergamy. Can I have some of your water?
Yeah.
Do you have something to add?
Yeah. So this ties into directly with something that was said in the chat, which is that do you think women's attitudes to casual sex have changed significantly in reality? And is that attitude prevalent or is it performative? So this goes back a little bit to a joke that we made. We dropped a term called evolutionary bargain when much earlier when we were talking about women displaying themselves as sex objects and luring men in that way, and then following through on that, as is, I guess, lauded by or even celebrated as an expression of female empowerment in this New Age feminism movement, which is celebrating female sexuality. And in that sense, the way that New Age feminism would have you do it is just women having sex with whatever man they want, whenever they want, and that is women's empowerment. But, and there's a big but there, because it completely flies in the face of what we know about how men view sex and how women view sex on a general trend. Obviously, this is not, 100%, but based on evolutionary biology, what men are willing to do in a relationship, and again, how they view sex versus how women view sex. I did not say that very well, but so this this question in the chat ties into the traditional feminine or healthy femininity and your assets and using those to essentially prompt more honest behavior from a masculine person, or majority of biological men interested in heteronormative relationships. So did you want to did you have something you'd like to start with on that? Because I feel like you
Yeah, that was a great question. I absolutely think that attitudes from women towards sex have changed, especially over, well, since the 60s and 70s, the whole free love movement came out, and it never should have been called free love, ever. It should have been called free sex, because that's exactly what it is. And I find it obnoxious, the human tendency to twist words and smooth things over in a very dishonest way.
emotionally manipulative.
Exactly. It's a twisted PR campaign, and I've read a lot of articles written by women who are part of this movement who said, "Yeah, I'm in my 60s and 70s now. I'm alone. I'm broke. No man loves me. I didn't have kids, or I was a single mom. Now my kids, they're all grown. They have their own lives, and they don't care about me really. So I'm just miserable." And they never ever actually invested in any type of traditional femininity at all, or any type of traditional relationship at all. They always put the career and sex ahead of everything else, just like a man. So they got the outcomes of exactly what a man would have, except that they're a woman and they're not built very well for that in a lot of cases. So they're miserable at the end of life. And because of these changes in attitudes towards sex, for example, I was called a snob because I had no personal interest in sex until I was much older. And therefore, I didn't understand what the big deal was from my own perspective, and fitting in with society on that level was just an absolute drain. I think that so-called feminism today, the quote-unquote free love movement, has done nothing but harm women at its core. Was there a second part to that question, or did I get it all?
Is that since the attitudes have changed, and is that attitude prevalent?
Prevalent.
Is
okay.
it performative?
Okay, so is it prevalent? Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
At least here in America, it is 100% prevalent, to the point where, oh god, this is so embarrassing. There's this ad that I keep seeing on YouTube where it's basically this one woman, and they show her walking through different scenes as though she's walking through the different days and nights of her life, and she's talking about how she's having sex with different men in these quote-unquote different seasons of her life, and that she, I think they said I need a birth control that's as flexible as my nightly schedule or something, or my roster, or some crazy stuff, in my opinion, like that. And it was an ad for birth control that you can take at any point in time for your cycle, and it doesn't matter how many different partners you've had, and you can take it, I think, up to 3 days or something after your last sexual encounter that may result in pregnancy, and you can take it up to several times a month. So prevalent, absolutely. That's just one example, just one example that I can think of.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
So it's definitely more prevalent now. I second that. And unfortunately, so women, from the evolutionary biology perspective, women are the sexual gatekeepers. Mm-hmm. This is absolutely true. This boils down to the fact that human females, invest more in the reproductive process than a man does.
Mm-hmm.
And so they have to be more choosy about their encounters because the expense to them is much, much greater than a man's. And this is a reproductive strategy. It's, you can look at it from the biological perspective. Within the animal kingdom, it's replicated that if the male has, very little to do with the offspring, and the mother's investment time in the offspring is very high, she's going to be very, very choosy about who she mates with. And, humans, there's a lot of diversity within the cultural permutations of this. So, I mean, you have plenty of cultures where, the men are expected to contribute equally as the woman in the raising of the offspring. So, we do have some leeway with that, in our reproductive model. But for the vast most part, women act as the gatekeepers. And so when you open that up to, women then having sex with men without exercising that kind of gatekeeping, you're going to get other types of backlash, other negative consequences from that. And so you see things like abortions, on the rise, this lack of consideration for human life.
And single motherhood.
Yeah, single motherhood and things like that.
Which results in a lot more people in jail later on in life. There was a study done on
Right,
that.
very, very poor cultural outcomes as a result. So when you start tinkering with this evolutionary biology that we've been given, the cultural permutations, the cultural ripples, effects will be pretty large, noticeable in that way, and we're seeing that. And so women also, the term evolutionary bargain. So, women are supposed to be the gatekeepers and very discerning about who they have sex with. So men generally would have to make themselves worth it in some way for that woman to want to engage in sexual activity. And so now, if a woman is just willing to say, yeah, sure, the bar's pretty low, I'm totally down for doing this, let's, yeah, go ahead, no strings attached, that would be considered to the male an evolutionary bargain because he didn't have to do squat to get anything there. He got everything that he wanted. And while there are women out there for whom this kind of sexual liberation is just fine, I'm not saying that sexual liberation for women on all fronts is the devil and it's something that's we should look down on.
There are risks that should be considered.
There are risks that should be considered, yes, and certainly on a large scale operation, I don't believe this is something we should be adopting and pushing on women, saying that this is freedom, this is what you should want, this is what, where we're moving as a society, and progressivism, this is progressivism, and that if you don't want this, then, it's just oppression of women, or if you don't support it, it's just oppression of women, and that is dangerous. That is dangerous.
And now we've come to a point in society, at least here in America, where there's flat out role reversal going on, i.e., it's now about women chasing men and women using sex explicitly to woo men. They think that, okay, if I give him sex, he's going to stay. When it couldn't be further from the truth. Men will get that cookie and then leave because that is what they are biologically programmed to do. And also, they don't have to invest.
In general.
Yes.
Not all men. Hashtag not all men.
Yeah, hashtag not all men. I thought he made it clear enough that I'm never talking about literally all men.
Yeah,
I'm just generalities.
Always give the disclaimers.
You are correct. Yes, generally speaking, men, biological heterosexual men, they're going to get that cookie and then they're going to leave. They're only going to come back when they want more sex. Like, the way it was explained to me is that men and masculine people, sex is like food for them. They get their sex or their food, and then all of a sudden they're not hungry anymore, so they go to the next thing, and then that's it. They don't think about the sex or the food until the next time that they are hungry or horny.
And there is very little emotional attachment to
Yeah.
it. I mean, there are studies out there studies galore, and you can certainly even go back to the work of Dr. John Gray, Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus, to even see the differences between how men and women view sex. And there's, again, an evolutionary biology reason for that. Women, the traditional feminine, being more emotionally invested, higher cost of investment, they tend to be more attuned to those things, so they're choosier, and men just don't have to be, so they're not going to be. They tend to treat sex as, like she was saying, just kind of an itch to scratch, and once it's done, it's done. There really are no other strings attached, which is something that New Age feminism also, it's strange, they'll promote this, sexual liberation, at the same time demonizing that in men, but then they fail to realize that in giving away all of this sex, they are actually taking away the power that women have in bargaining in a relationship. And maybe bargaining sounds terrible to some people. However, you have to understand this as, I believe, you have to understand this as a give and take, where the woman, what she has to offer, the traditional feminine has to offer, is the sex part of it anyway. That's just one thing that she can offer. But if she's going to give that up, if that's one thing that she has to offer, and she's just going to give that up at no cost, she's thrown away a bargaining chip that she has. It would be
it's
like
the most important one, perhaps. Perhaps
her body,
biologically.
her body, essentially. The man, the masculine person, his bargaining chip is going to be the physical, financial aspects of things. So you have men out there who get their wallets get picked clean by these women because they give and give and give and give without getting much in return. Maybe they're getting the sex, but they're not getting much else. And after a while, that transaction for a number of people becomes very stale and unfulfilling. Unless they're on that level where they just want the trophy wife and it's about the sex, the arm candy, and that's it. It's a give and take transaction, literal financial and physical transaction in that way. That's fine if that's the way that they want to live. I have no knocks to say about that. It's just realize that that's what's going on, and be very aware of that contractual, the contractual terms of that relationship. And again, this New Age feminism doesn't realize that they are giving away the thing, the bargaining chip, the tool, the power that they have, that they offer.
And then they go further to say that men and women are literally the same. There's no difference between men and women, or people who think masculinely and femininely, which is very odd to me because they spend all their time demonizing men and demonizing masculinity and then also demonizing femininity. It's like they literally want everything to be homogenous, but they don't realize that they can't change biology, nor that can they change someone's soul expression, or at least what I view as soul expression or true personality, if that makes sense. So we've now come to this juncture in time where they support role reversal, and they want the egg to become the sperm, essentially. Whereas traditionally, the egg sits still, holds the treasure chest, and it is up to the best man for the job to come and claim all of those goodies. That's not happening anymore, and I think that it is doing a serious disservice to both men and women, and masculine and feminine people.
Yeah, and again, that's just one dynamic: the traditional masculine and the traditional feminine. You can get women that propose to men, and the men are more feminine, and the women are more masculine. Those relationships, heteronormative or homo, it doesn't matter. We're talking about gender here. I mean, those role reversals do exist. Just again, bear in mind those dynamics. And the question here,
I should say, I'm literally only talking about the masculinization of the naturally feminine people. That is what they are forcing. That's literally all I meant.
Okay. And so something else here in the chat that somebody was asking, this casual sex, by performative, they say, is it what they have decided to accept as opposed to what they truly want? And again, that's a very important distinction to make, because the New Age feminism would have all women believe that it is what they want
should do.
or should do, but it's not actually very fulfilling for them as a traditionally feminine person. So they are accepting it, but it's not actually helpful to them. And they may realize that as as they get older and they've given away that, as my wife called it, the cookie. And the cookie jar is empty now, and they've not been able to attain any kind of meaningful relationship because they were sold the lie that sexual liberation was freedom.
Right, and what man? I have talked to dozens of men and masculine people about this. What man or masculine person who respects themselves wants to give all of their resources towards a partner or a woman or a feminine person, quote unquote, who has spent all of her time handing out cookies to every Tom, Dick, and Harry? And I've not yet met one who wants that. Everyone I've talked to, they want a woman who is fresh and healthy and well kept and beautiful and sweet and loyal, especially that, biologically and emotionally loyal. So performative, definitely some of them, I think they think it's the cool thing to do. It's what they quote unquote should do because, freedom or whatever the case may be. Some of them, I do think that they do have that sexually masculine edge to them where they just have to have the sex, whether it's because of trauma or it's because of there's some kind of hormonal imbalance or it's because it's just who they are for whatever other reason. And so therefore they fall outside of the traditional feminine, and that's perfectly fine. They can have their freedom. It's just, I think that we need to educate people about the risks, the cons, the rewards, and the pros, all of that for every available life path.
Yeah. And another question here in the chat was, were incels always a thing, or is that also a reaction to toxic femininity? I've never heard of that until last year.
That's always been a thing.
Yeah, unfortunately, incels, and there's actually in the animal kingdom, it's replicated in the animal kingdom. This has been a thing, and this goes to speaking. I'm not gonna lie, I listen to a ton of Jordan Peterson. I feel like a lot of what he says makes sense to me. I do listen to other speakers, however, a lot of what he says tends to stick with me because I feel like it comes from that evolutionary biology that is my background, so I understand it. However, that being said, he does talk about people being, born with advantages and disadvantages, and some people are their deck is just stacked with tons of disadvantages, unfortunately.
Physically speaking too.
Physically, mentally, emotionally, whatever it is. And those people, when they become galvanized into resentment for that, which is understandable, I can see why they would do that, they can wreak havoc on society. And it's a really prickly, tough situation. And in the animal kingdom, it happens with males who are consistently beat out by other alphas. And in some cases, they will go to form roving bands of bachelor males. So this is actually something that generally happens with teenaged elephants, but they have bachelor groups of males. Usually the males are very solitary, but these young or disaffected males will form groups, and they will go about just absolutely destroying things that they come into contact with. They're very dangerous, and elephants are very intelligent animals, and I would tend to liken them to the incels of the human culture. Human species. It's been a while, guys. We've been talking for a while, and in that it's just literally a group of sexually frustrated individuals looking for an outlet for that frustration.
And incels too. What's interesting about them is that many of them, they don't have to be incels if they were to be hooked up with the proper kind of coaching and teaching and then build their own personal resources over time. It's not like once you're an incel, you're just labeled as completely
leper,
off limits or anything like that. No, there's a lot of leeway there. The problem is that much like the toxic femininity, the entitlement, and they look like trolls and stuff like that, they don't want to put the effort in, some of them. Some of the incels are the very same way. well, you should love me just because I'm nice. That's a big thing. Human beings, a lot of them, do not understand the difference between what is kind and what is nice. Which is why I made the disclaimer at the start of the show. I'm a very kind-hearted person. I mean the best. And be that as it may, I'm not considered a very nice person. Like, once people get to know me for me, a lot of the time, they think I'm evil, to be completely honest with you. So, the nice guy syndrome, it's the opposite problem. People, those incels, they think that they are deserving of people's resources just because they're nice, just because they hold open the door or whatever. And then they get
entitlement.
Yes, and then they get all down on themselves because they find themselves, or maybe because other people have told them that they're physically ugly. But you can change your clothing, again, with divine or high quality, as I call it, aesthetics. You can learn culture, you can learn true manners, you can learn how to have an internal locus of control, you can do all your shadow work and your spiritual alchemy, and you can heal your past traumas and your wounds, and you can learn to how to truly love another person and learn what it is you actually want and need in a relationship with person. And then you can get all of your financial resources together as an incel. And once you've done all of these, I guarantee you, as long as you are not a raging narcissist or a fence-walking narcissist and you've done all of these steps, I guarantee you, you will find the relationship of your dreams.
And even if, you haven't gone all the way through those steps, granted, there are a lot of problems with this program I'm about to tell you about.
Mm-hmm.
Simply telling of it in order to give an example that once an incel, not necessarily always an incel, but I've known a couple of men who were not very good looking, but they had a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
And they did what we call a mail order bride situation, where they basically green carded a woman from another country, married them into citizenship here in the United States because they had a lot of money, but they couldn't get the interest of any women here because they weren't all that good looking. And those relationships, from what I can tell, because I've spent a lot of time around them, they're people I know personally, they seem to be happy. At least happy on the average level of any other relationship that I see here. So I recognize that is something that can also be horrifically abused, and you can argue a form of trafficking. However, again, this is a contractual obligation that these women sign on to, even if where they're coming from they feel like they have no other choice because they're in poverty and they need money and XYZ. I have seen those situations end up for the positive. So
it really is just individual circumstance.
Yeah.
Person to person.
Right. Not saying one way or the other that it's something we should or shouldn't do. It's just something to consider in that way.
Something else I'd like to bring up. Could you hand me my phone, sweets?
Yep.
I was on YouTube the other day and I saw a short clip praising these two girls, well, not necessarily girls, young women around the age of, 19 and 25 who were at a public pool, mind you, the word public, and they were wearing some very teeny bikinis. And it was to the point where there was very little left to the imagination, if you catch my drift. And there was an elderly gentleman, completely out of shape guy. And should I even call him a gentleman? I'm not sure. You'll see why. I don't know. You'll have to tell me. Do you think this guy is a gentleman or not? I can't wait to hear. He was lounging across the way, watching these two young women insistently, and they realized that he was taking photos and video of them, like bending over and diving in and out of the pool and adjusting their bikini tops and stuff like that. Mind you, they're scantily clad, very scantily clad in string bikinis. I saw them myself on the video. And they took it upon themselves to go over to this man and demand that he delete the videos and the photos that he had taken because it was rude and he didn't have the right to do this, quote unquote, didn't have the right. And everyone in the comments were praising these women. Yes, you're so strong, you're so empowered. And all I could think was, these women are absolutely in the wrong. I'm not saying that they deserved him to take photos and videos, I am saying that they put themselves literally on display for this to happen because literally almost nothing was left to privacy or left to the imagination, and they are in a public place. So for me, a lot of the time people think that I am the a-hole because I say, well, and I left this comment, I said, okay, I'm a woman and this is my take. I do not believe in the idea of privacy in public spaces, at least not in this context. They're literally opposite ideas, privacy and public spaces. Therefore, although I think it's gross and creepy what he did, I support his freedom to take photos and video in public of himself and anything that happens in public. If it was not a bathroom or changing room, it is a public space. And this is where the whole victim blaming thing can kind of come into key, where
And demonizing the male gaze,
yes,
too, which
that's
was
a
something
huge
else that
thing.
was mentioned in the chat.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, was it really?
The
Yeah.
male gaze, yeah.
Oh, yeah. When you dress a certain way, you communicate a certain thing to the world. And women here want to be able to dress however they want to dress and not have anyone else have any kind of other opinion of them other than what it is they want to feel about themselves or what it is they want to believe. So it's a form of mental tyranny and emotional tyranny in a sense. And I thoroughly disagree with it. And this is why I think it's really important to have a severe distinction between what is biologically sexually attractive and what is emotionally, aesthetically, classically femininely attractive, if that makes sense, because there can certainly be some overlap. But now it's to the point where you can walk around in basically a thong and pasties and still try to demonize someone else for noticing that you're doing such.
Yeah, and demonizing the male gaze, the male sexuality, is also basically demonizing the very thing that gives women a lot of their power, feminine women a lot of their power.
Yeah.
And also demonizing something that is just very natural for the male or the masculine person to appreciate the feminine form or the female form. And that is going to create a ton of resentment, and we already see that with MGTOW and other men's movements, where they're tired of being told that the things that are just naturally occurring for them without causing harm to anybody else. That's another key thing to mention here, is that the male gaze is not causing any harm here. And policing that is like policing thought crime.
Yes.
And so rather than demonizing it, if women were to embrace that, and also, again, we're going to talk tons about the masculine and their role and everything in healthy and toxic masculinity in another live stream. Obviously here, I will say that their responsibility is not to trespass that mental, or the male gaze, their gaze, to something that is physically perturbing to the person that they are gazing at.
Right. But, like, if women are going to show it, why is it a crime then for men to appreciate it and record it? Is the problem I had if it's out in public.
Yeah. And we're not talking about any other forms of harassment, or even, I can say, even catcalling, while it's classless, is also, as far as I can tell, not causing anybody any kind of harm. You might be stressed, you might be concerned that something is about to follow as a result of that. However, again, we're policing words like that, and freedom of speech and freedom of that sort of thing in public, and that's where we start trespassing into tyrannical control.
Right. I personally do not like catcalling. I think it's nasty and classless. However, I will indeed defend a person's right to comment on such things in public if someone's on display, because that other person has put themselves on display and they're drawing that attention to themselves purposefully because they knew what they were doing when they got dressed. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They chose to put certain assets, pun intended, on display. So why is it then a crime for someone else to at least acknowledge that.
Right.
Like for me, it's not really too different than someone seeing that I'm wearing a really pretty dress and telling me that I have a pretty dress.
Yeah, and I mean, think about this too. This goes back to, when women put something on, being pretty versus hot.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to put something on that is absolutely going to draw sexualized attention, and putting that on that you're like, okay, I think I'm hot,
Mm-hmm.
you do not exist in a vacuum. You are going out in public. So your thought is half baked as far as what are the potential consequences of you going out in public dressed as a sexualized figure are going to be. Dressing in a more conservative fashion, you could say, or what would be pretty traditional femininity, which would not be to display all your bits and pieces, is not going to draw that kind of attention. And then are you dressing that way because you find sexual to be attractive for you just to be wearing? Or are you dressing that way because on some subconscious level you want the attention, even though you're told by the New Age feminists and the New Age feminine movement that that is disgusting to have? It is an inherent contradiction that happens within that topic.
It seems really common too these days. So common.
Yeah.
And I want to say I don't think it means that women should not, quote unquote, wear bikinis or show their midriff or whatever the case may be. No, I wear backless dresses pretty commonly, but I don't show any lower than right around the small of my back. And I also, if I do wear anything that shows my stomach, it's like I wear high-rise pants, high-rise leggings, or high-rise skirts. So there's a lot covered, and there's a very small amount of my midriff and my lower back that will be showing at any given point in time. I also, if I'm wearing mini dresses, I make sure I'm wearing ballet tights underneath, and then also I will wear, think bicycle shorts, women's lacy bicycle shorts underneath, to make sure that all of my bits are covered, because I do not want to communicate to other people that I am a sexual object. If anyone gets a peek up my skirt, I want it to be made clear that it's accidental and I'm not trying to present myself in a sexual fashion. And with my cleavage, I never show more than maybe an inch of cleavage. And I do that on purpose because I want to look respectable and highly attractive, but not in that hot way necessarily. When it does come to any kind of feminine sensuality, I rely personally more on shape. So I will wear waist training corsets that drastically enhance my shape, and then I wear clothing over top of that to enhance it even more. And that's about as far as I will go
And
with
perfume.
that.
Perfume smells.
Yeah, good point. Yeah,
Yeah,
and smells.
because the olfactory system is one of the oldest systems.
Yes.
When you're talking about evolutionary biology, and that's why when we get a whiff of something that we smelled when we were in kindergarten, it can immediately place us right back to sitting in that chair in the classroom with the crayons and the scented markers or whatever it was. There's Play-Doh, for example. It immediately evokes certain things because again, the olfactory system is one of the most ancient ones, and in the animal kingdom too, heavily relied on by males to find females that are receptive to sexual activity. So that mechanism is still very much inherent in humans, and so using perfumes that work well with your particular body chemistry can just let me tell you, when the right perfume is on, that is game on right there. Hardly anything more instantly erotic than the right perfume on a woman. And if all the other things are in line, that is a full sensual spiritual experience right there, for me anyway, as far as a masculine person goes.
Right. And that's a great point. And there are perfumes that are more sexual than they are sensual, and this is really important. So deep musks and vanilla tend to be associated with very sexual moods, whereas the ones that I prefer, I do love vanilla, so I add a lot of vanilla, but then I also have, at least in equal measure, a lot of floral notes as well for the season, whether it's rose or it's lilac or hyacinth or daffodil. I make sure that it's at least in balance so that I'm not accidentally communicating to other people via my scent that I'm just all about animal pheromones and sex.
Right. And that's something else to realize, is that people are likely not to be able to articulate on a conscious level what it is that they are experiencing.
Right.
These mechanisms are deeply buried, and so a lot of what we've talked about today too are still primitive biological mechanisms that people are not going to be consciously aware of, and so to negotiate them on a conscious level, it takes some work. And so realizing that the perfume that you are wearing, why you might like it, like the smell of it, like for women, for example, throughout your menstrual cycle, your mood will change, your tastes will change, your energy level will change, lots of things. And studies have shown that women find different men with different faces attractive at different parts of their cycle. This is a very, very ancient system, and so it influences you in ways that you are potentially not often consciously aware of. And so to be aware that the perfume that you are wearing will also have a very particular effect on the people that are attracted to you is very important.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a question here in the chat that is, how will sex dolls or robots change our dynamics, do you think? The first thing that comes to mind is that as soon as those things are widely available, there's going to be a large portion of the male population that will no longer be interested in dealing with women, period. And that's not necessarily a bad thing.
Right, I agree.
I am also very much an advocate of making sure that healthy sexual outlets are available for people who want them. That's men, women across the board. I am very much a proponent of I don't like government, so saying regulated is not necessarily the word I'm looking for here either, but sanctioned and protected prostitution of adults, consenting adults.
Mm-hmm.
I do think that is something that needs to be available for the health of society, because to have disaffected men who are not having that sexual itch scratched, as we've talked about with the incels, that is asking for a disaffected group to create havoc within society. Mm-hmm. And if there are women that are completely consensual and willing to provide for a fee, maybe a very, very hefty fee, that kind of outlet for men or masculine people or whoever really.
Yeah,
really whoever. More power to them. If that's how they want to go about being an independent woman and making their bag, and or they enjoy the sex, great, awesome, have at it.
Yeah, and as long as they're aware of the social connotations, risks, and rewards of it, then I think that's fine. I mean, they're probably never going to find that classic happily ever after becoming a hooker, to put it bluntly. So that needs to be considered too. However, if that is truly what they want, I'm all for it, and it serves a vital role in society. Once we introduce robots into the equation, though, I think that even that is going to outplay the prostitutes, because then they have the service right then and there at home, and they only have to pay the one-time fee for it. I see sex robots as the downfall of classic sexuality, to be honest with you.
Yeah. There will definitely be a lot of changes as a result of that, and really a lot of them unforeseen. I think it'll be hard to predict them at this point, whether they will have, they'll have both positive and negative, honestly, and it's hard to say exactly what those will be, outside of the fact that, again, based on the way that a lot of men view sex,
Mm-hmm.
and how if they are made to be self-responsible in a certain way and invest in a certain way before they can get sex from women, if women start taking back that power and withholding sex until they are shown proper investment, then yeah, there's going
Mm-hmm.
to be a large number of men that just go, yep, peace out, and we're MGTOW, men going their own way.
Right.
We are definitely not, we don't need this, don't want this, and we'll get our jollies over here without having to invest. And yeah, I do think, as someone in the chat said, it will probably have an effect on birth rates.
Yeah, absolutely.
However, you may see a rise in women then wanting to be single mothers, going and just doing the sperm donor situation, and just making way with that. Um, I do think that will put the children at a disadvantage to a degree, because they will not have a parent constantly around for their supervision and raising, and then they also will not have the counterpoint partner exposure,
Mm-hmm.
whether it's a masculine partner or a feminine partner, whatever. It probably would be a masculine individual. They won't have that influence, and then that child um, will be missing the day-to-day interplay of couples,
Mm-hmm.
the normalcy of that, and then the balance of masculine and feminine. And who knows what that child innately has within themselves, so they're not going to see that other influence unless they're being raised somehow in a more communal type environment,
Mm-hmm.
which I do not
Like a
currently.
healthy communal.
Yeah, I do not
Yeah.
currently foresee how that would be exactly. I'm sure it's possible. We're creative creatures. We can find ways around that if it were to happen. But I have my doubts on us being able to balance it very well.
Yeah.
Because so far we've not been able to balance anything very well. So it's just going to be a different flavor of difficult.
Right. And I think too that this is why people need to, especially women and feminine women, we need to go back to practicing hypergamy and holding men and masculine people and partners in general to a specific standard of care. Because if we don't do that, it's essentially the destruction of the family unit, and it's the destruction of the masculine feminine long-term balance, and it's the destruction of in some ways true love. I've been called a snob more times than I can even begin to count, because I've always said and felt that you should never just follow your heart, as people say, and sleep with or partner up with whoever it is that catches your eye. Because for me, I'm personally looking down the road and thinking about, okay, what are my goals in this relation or in any relationship, and what is it that I want, and what is it that I need, what is it that I offer someone, and then what is it that they offer me in return besides just feelings. Because if you spend enough time with an open mind and the potential partner who checks off all the other boxes except the sparks, if you have everything else and you spend good quality time with that person, I guarantee you're probably going to fall in love with that person, just on a different level. There might not be the pheromonal raging passion level or the obsessive love component that the crush or the, oh, what is the word, limerence. You might not have those aspects, but if everything else checks out and they're really good to you, I can almost promise you that as long as your own internal baggage has been healed, you are going to have a happy, long-lasting, fulfilling, healthy relationship with that person. And it's because you're planning for the long term instead of just going with the sexual urge or the romantic urge.
Yeah, which is not what we're programmed to do at all. We're
Not at
programmed
all.
to go with the sexual and the sexual urge first. Because I've often joked that if people were to grow past that and get into their early 30s potentially, like we are, and then go back and revisit the idea of having children, you may change your mind that the reason anybody really has children,
Mhm.
or a lot of people have children, is because they're not really considering it at all. It's the sexual attraction and then the urge to reproduce, which naturally subsides over time for a lot of
Exactly.
people. Or, the women's biological clocks, you get a little more desperate around the early 30s, certainly, and it might last into your mid 30s.
Yeah.
But yeah, by that point, the age, as George Carlin calls it, the age of reason sets in, and you think,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm not sure I want to. I'm not sure I want to invest in that exactly.
Yeah, and people think that I'm mean and cold and cruel because I say that single parenthood is a low quality way to live life. I mean, unless you're really, really wealthy, you don't have to worry about anything, you don't have to stress about anything, so it doesn't matter that the other partner is missing. Fine, but that's not the reality for most people, and single parenthood causes a lot of stress on the individual, on the child, and then also on society over longer stints of time. So I think that that's, in my opinion, a horrible way to go about life, and it tells me a lot about a person's morals and emotional awareness when I see a single parent, or when I see like a man with 5 baby mamas or something of that nature. It tells me a lot about that person, and then I can make the judgment call: do I want to be involved with this person or not? Or I can tell based on someone's partner or based on their spouse and based on the relationship between them, is this someone that I want to be really involved with or not? Whether it's family, whether it's friends, whether it's a business connection, people don't realize how much their relationship dynamic, how they present themselves to the world, and then the way that they speak, because it reveals the mind, the way that that actually reveals who you are as a person, your morals, your philosophies, and what you actually bring to the table. People downplay all of that information because you should love me, you should respect me, and because there's quote unquote nothing wrong with XYZ. So
Yeah, and as you're sitting here listening to her go through all of the different thought processes that she goes through whenever she makes a decision, I can hear some of you just going, "Holy hell, that's exhausting." And I can't
is it?
imagine having to think on that level. At least that's the way that I thought initially before I finally dropped my brain into my skull and stopped being an autopiloted animal, which was a lot of what my life was prior to this, living very unconscious and unaware, which is to miss an awful lot and to put things up to chance, and at some point you're going to end up in a lot of trouble.
And see, like, I try to save people this trouble. My loved ones, I grew up as an orphan in foster care. I had no family to speak of whatsoever. I didn't get a family until I was around 24. I was formally adopted, and I love these people even now. I love them from afar because I realize that the way that I think and the way that they think, it's diametrically opposed. And they got really upset with me last year because I was asking questions about something that they just dialed me up and dropped on my lap. So I was asking what I thought to be logical questions, and then I was explaining to them, I'm really upset that you just dropped this on me, and I don't like how you keep pushing this with me, but you don't respect the way that I think and the way that I feel. And I often have this problem, by the way, as a feminine person, being discounted and disrespected. People think that I don't matter, and I've had people tell me this. But anyways, yeah, I was asking these questions and whatnot, and they laughed at me and basically disowned me. No one asked me a question, no one gave me any chance to rebut anything of that nature. And it was all because I tried to save them trouble. I tried to save them risk. So I don't really care too much anymore that people tell me that I think too much, or that I'm too sensitive, or that I'm a snob or whatever. I don't really care too much anymore because now I realize I think different than so many other people on this planet. There's only like, I don't know, 1 in a million think like me. They have the brain type like me, so I don't really get offended anymore. I don't take it personally. I just hope that I can somehow help others, even if we don't always agree. I don't know. Anyway, that was a rant.
Real quick, just to tie up a loose end before we move on to the next subject,
Yeah.
there was a question in the chat that said, as far as the olfactory system goes, and talking about perfume, that being an expression of femininity, and of course it can be an expression of masculinity too.
Yeah.
Smell in general, that's not specific to one. Do you think that some of that is the question is, do you think that some of that is a trigger response, though? In other words, you first smell it on somebody you are physically attracted to, and so your brain responds as such when you smell it again.
Yeah.
And so that can be some of it, absolutely. But also, some scents can accentuate and boost, work very well with, or even mimic certain hormones that indicate certain biological activity
Yeah.
to your body.
Yeah.
So there's a cologne called Realm, Realm, and it actually supposedly contains pheromones that mimic those that are given off during sexual arousal, and they have it for both men and women. And it was given to me as a free trial with another cologne that I had purchased, and I'd be damned if I didn't put that stuff on, and everywhere I went, as even during my transition, there would be women that would turn their head to say, "Oh, you smell good," and I didn't smell much of it, but even of all the other colognes that I had tried, that one almost without fail would garner that response from women. So there is absolutely something to be said, though, about it not necessarily being a trigger by association, but quite literally just something like a biomimicry, where it is enhances or even mimics certain pheromones
Yes.
within the body that indicate certain behavioral fixed action patterns, I guess you could call it, as far as biology goes.
That's a funny fact.
Fact, yeah, that's yeah, yeah. That's why it's so funny.
Fact. Oh my god.
Right. Yeah, the biology jokes, if you're in the know, oh boy, it's a whole other layer. But anyway,
And it's the same thing with women wearing blush too, actually.
yeah, right, yeah, yeah. Blush is definitely along that road.
Oh yeah.
In that same vein. All right, so more questions from the chat. Do you think many people believe in true love anymore? It seems to me that people don't like the vulnerability that entails and are just too guarded. Doing the same, I appreciate the wonder and understand the exhaustion. I know many find me exhausting sometimes, but are inspirational at others. So being that complex in thought. So there's two different questions there. But anyway, true love.
You can go ahead and start with that.
Yeah, do many people believe in true love anymore?
Nah.
Not on the conscious level, but I think on that fantasy subconscious level, people do still believe, or else the feel good stories, the romance and the fairy tales wouldn't still exist. I do think right now they're being
they're under siege.
Yeah, they're under siege.
Yeah.
Absolutely, they are being some derogatory terms are coming to mind. They're being shit on. I don't mean to. I'm trying to come up with something more academically appropriate, but that's just relatable. They are being shit on.
They're being denigrated.
Thank you. Yes.
Denigrated.
Thank you.
You're
yes.
welcome.
Yeah, I think the concept of true love is still very much intact. It's simply there are many, many factors that go into the reasons why we do not see it manifest here in this reality, especially with the way human behavior actually is, because on a biological, evolutionary biological level, our wiring does not support true love. Because true love is to do things that are in consideration for the other person and appreciation for the other person. And in general, we are wired for survival and competition, and those things are diametrically opposed to the concept of true love, unfortunately. It's possible if you do a ton of that shadow work, that inner work, taking personal responsibility, really truly understanding your strengths and weaknesses, and constantly every day managing the difference between your higher consciousness and those primitive animalistic drives that are just ingrained within the human genome. It is an everyday management, unfortunately, if you are even to come close to attaining that true love situation.
Mm-hmm.
And then you do that for yourself, but you have to find somebody for whom they are also going to maintain that level of integrity and loyalty. And
care.
I'm not gonna lie, that is a monumental task, and there are a lot of therapists and other people out there speaking like Esther Perel. While I do find a lot of her information to be very, very useful, she's I think she's a doctor, therapist, marriage counselor,
I think so.
who talks about the realistic hurdles that are involved in human sexuality and relationships. She often softens the blow of the reality, though, by saying, and this is, normal for human behavior and to be expected, and give yourself some compassion, give yourself some leeway,
Yeah.
and for those things to be happening. That cheating, there's a reason for cheating that happens, and if you do it, not to say that it's okay, it's understandable.
Right.
you know?
And I personally, I can't stand her because of that.
Yeah.
Sorry to say.
It's so, for the vast majority of people, I can see why it's useful, but with things like that in the way, we're speaking to people's egos often. If you can't get over that, then attaining the ideals and the parameters for true love are very, very, very difficult.
Yeah,
to
and
impossible.
and human beings are just like he said, they're not wired for it. And this is one of those sad but true facts, in my opinion, anyways. In the chat, you know who you are, the person I'm saying that I think we have a lot in common. I would not recommend that you get mixed up with the vast majority of human beings, period, on almost any level, because they don't think like you. If what I'm getting is correct, they don't think like you, they don't behave like you, they don't speak like you, they don't feel like you. And therefore, unfortunately, it's probably going to be a much better use of your resources and your life and your time either being by yourself or hoping that you'll find someone very much like you who also happens to be an energetic, mental, emotional, physical match, if that makes sense. I discovered all of that the hard way after learning about base human psychology and base human wiring. To be honest, if it were not for my bond with Artemis, I would be single, or I would be in a very contractual relationship, and that would be the end of it. Contractual as in, I'm not here to be a love fantasy for someone. I'm here to make sure that I'm expressing healthy femininity and you're paying my bills and treating me nicely and treating me kindly, and that's it. So I wouldn't be offended if I was cheated on or whatever. I wouldn't tolerate it. I just wouldn't be offended, and there would be no expectation of true love. I hope that that makes sense.
Yeah, the question in the chat was, do we know much about the origin of the soulmates idea, or the fairy tale true love? Is it just a literary hook?
Okay, so there are ancient tales of souls that were split into two, the masculine and then the feminine. This was later on adopted to be the idea of soulmates or twin flame, you could say, even. And it has had many different iterations just all throughout time in every culture. And this is why there is such a thing now as marriage. The idea is that you're created for one another, and therefore when you find each other, you should join together and be together as one flesh, one mind, one heart. And we can get into the esoteric meanings of this, certainly whether here or maybe on another stream, I don't know. But it's the idea of two becoming one, because we're here in an incarnate experience to learn how to balance ourselves as individual soul fragments.
I think, though, where did the, at least what I want to know is where even that, the ancient texts, like what is the origin of that? If we're talking about, you know, us as humans having this primitive genetic wiring that indicates, you know, reproduction and not love. It's just quite literally for survival. Then, you know, the further back you go, you would think the less there would be this this reason for origin of these stories. So
Well, now we're getting into stuff that I can't talk about on air.
yeah, that could be potentially a whole nother discussion. But
for a long time down the road.
yeah, but to say that there is, and this is, I think we can just leave it as, you know, the origin of true love could potentially be found with the origin of our consciousness, our higher
That's a great way to
consciousness.
put it.
Yeah.
And it that transcends humanity, physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and I don't think the human population is ready for all of that.
Not ready for that disclosure.
I don't think they're ready for that.
Right. Yeah.
You know why?
Yeah, but I do think at some point in the future, I think that would be something that we will talk about. But the fact that it is there in general is something to note, even if it is something that seems almost impossible to attain here on this plane, this manifestation of the human experience. It is there for a reason, certainly.
I agree. Completely agree. And I think then it goes down to free will. Is that human being going to choose to embrace that path and dig deep and do all of this shadow work and spiritual alchemy, or are they going to go the purely hedonistic route and simply live from impulse? Those are two completely different paths, and you could then get into arguing one is the higher path of you could say righteousness or godliness, cleanliness, whatever, and then the other path is the path of selfishness and degeneracy and hedonistic tendencies, destructive, toxic, and destructive. So then you can get into those spiritual thoughts and patterns, and there's a lot to cover there. A lot to cover.
Yeah, that is definitely a whole other stream in and of itself. So I don't think we touched well enough on the concept of rape culture.
I don't think we did either, to be honest.
Yeah, that's been sticking out in my mind as something that we need to go back over. So, did you have something particular that's a springboard that you wanted to start with on that one?
Actually, I'm drawing a blank on this one.
Okay.
Get us started, boss.
Yeah. So the thing that sticks out to me is the responsibility of the traditional feminine when it comes to talking about rape culture. So the New Age feminine will define rape culture as something that is entirely the responsibility of the masculine or the biological male, that there exists this culture that it is okay to objectify women such to the point that you use them for your own sexual gain, and that any of that usury is unwanted by the woman and in all forms whatsoever completely unacceptable, and would see men completely demolish that objectification or sexual attraction to women because it's oppressive, it's predatory, and again, that it's entirely the male or masculine person's fault that any quote-unquote rape or culture exists or happens at all, which completely removes the responsibility of the traditional feminine in protecting herself in all the ways that she is able to, and can regain some control and confidence for herself.
Don't be an evolutionary bargain.
Yeah, don't be an evolutionary bargain, for starters. Gain some control for herself without demonizing men or masculine people. So
It's kind of like being aware that there are wolves in the woods, and so you probably shouldn't go into the woods at night unarmed.
yeah. So the
Risk management.
risk management is going to be one of the best things that the traditional feminine person has in her toolbox.
Mm-hmm.
So the hashtag not all men. Um, I don't actually know what that hashtag means, but the first thing that pops to my mind is when a new age feminist is speaking down upon all men, saying that all men are predatory dogs, essentially, and they all want one thing.
Mm-hmm.
And the hashtag not all men is a rebuttal from the male or masculine community that says, no, that's not true. We are not all like that. We are not all predators. We are not all, simply just using you for sex, even though sex may be a very large portion of why men are interested in women. That's just evolutionary biology that you're not going to get around.
Right.
That we need to keep in mind that it's not all men that are creating this problem of rape. It's the predatory men who,
Mm-hmm.
despite just about anything else, are going to do what they're going to do. Now, it will go a long way to teaching young men to respect women and not to, press them in any kind of sexual manner that especially is unwanted. But on the flip side of this coin, the responsibility of the traditional feminine is to, as she said, perform risk management.
Mm-hmm.
Not to put yourself in situations where you might garner the attention of that predator or put yourself in a more vulnerable position. So being alone at night, drunk, walking
In a
home from a
parking
bar,
lot,
parking
yeah.
lot, whatever that may be. And these are things that, you will still even have new age feminists say, oh, well, but this just shouldn't even be so.
Right.
You're right. It absolutely shouldn't be so. However, we have predators that you cannot do anything about specifically. We can jail them after the fact, but you
Mm-hmm.
can't find them beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
They're like weasels that just keep popping up in that whack-a-mole game. Like
Yeah.
it's just always going to be a thing.
Mm-hmm.
So to manage your risk in that way, and then the rest of the problem can be managed by teaching young men to respect women, will go a long way in reducing this quote-unquote rape culture. But to realize that women have responsibility in managing this problem as well.
Yeah, and a lot of women don't want to have any respectability. They want to be able to dress the way that they want and have no responsibility, but have all of that respect. And that upsets me personally because, unfortunately, they want to be able to advertise themselves as sexual goods, but have all of the respect that a traditionally feminine person like me works really, really hard for. And it's a form of invasion, essentially. Does that make sense? I just realized that it's a form of entitlement and invasion. They want these things that they have not earned. Does that make sense? And they want to have safety and social recognition that they themselves have not even tried to earn. There's no creativity or care put into their image or whatever, but they still want all of the same respect as what maybe someone like me would subconsciously garner from other people, and maybe even also from these predators, because these predators, they look at me, they're going to have to go through a bajillion different layers of skirt. I'm probably going to be armed. I'm probably going to scream my head off, if nothing else. I might know self-defense moves that they don't know, whereas a woman who is, say, half naked in a parking lot at 1 o'clock a.m., she's drunk, fumbling for her keys, and alone, you can tell that there is a huge difference between how someone traditionally feminine, is presenting and the message that I'm sending to the world versus what the message this other woman is sending, being drunk, alone, half naked, and irresponsible in the parking lot at night. And I think that, unfortunately, until women recognize these facts and clean up their acts, they're going to continue to put themselves out there as quite literally, unfortunately, bait for predators. And until the arrogance goes away, sadly, there's just not any other way to say it. These women are setting themselves up for supreme failure.
And the same goes for, so I recognize that there are statistics out there that have been paraded that say that a majority of rapes are actually committed by people that the victim knows.
Mm-hmm.
And so, obviously we're talking about a situation for, maybe a lot of people would recognize as being not the smartest thing to do. But to also put yourself in a situation where you would be compromised with people that you do know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
even if you do know this person, it's still upon you to learn human psychology to a degree and to vet the people that you're going to be around. And especially if you're going to put yourself in a vulnerable situation, again, like being drunk, or even just being in a situation where you could be taken advantage of. Do not hold company with people that may potentially do that. Of course, psychopaths are going to slip through the cracks. Even the most versed of psychologists or therapists might not be able to see it.
Mm-hmm.
So I wouldn't expect the average person to see them all. My point being is that your degree of personal responsibility goes much deeper than the vast majority of people really want to take into their own hands, or even realize that they can have responsibility for, which is, again, to make sure that you are picking the people for whom you hold company with very, very carefully, and not just any random, group of, hey, we're going to go to a party and there's going to be people there that you don't know. I realize that is just how a lot of people socialize. Expect that there's gonna potentially be some trouble that comes from that. And again, I think it can be mitigated by teaching young men to be just respectful of women in general. Let's still just keep in mind that to control a young male sex drive is a very, very difficult task, if almost impossible.
Possible, right? And people don't want to think of themselves as animals. However, that is exactly what we all are, whether human or otherwise. We're all animals, and we all have certain types of biology and psychology inherent to us. And there can be certainly different degrees of individuality. However, there are things that are just inherent to every species. And because of human arrogance and human stupidity, a lot of them do not at all want to admit or recognize that we each have an animalistic side. And
the shadow side.
Yeah, the shadow side. Are you going to encourage that shadow side to come out in yourself and in other people? Or are you going to hold ideals that reach higher and further than that?
Yeah, what I've referred to earlier is our higher levels of consciousness.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, there is a delicate balance to be had, and Carl Jung talked about this too.
Yeah.
The beast within,
yes,
the shadow side versus your higher consciousness. They are sometimes at direct odds with one another in what it is that in competing with what it is that they want.
Yeah.
They each want or need, and so to have that level of awareness. It takes an immense amount of work, and a lot of people it becomes very obvious when you start doing that work yourself who is doing that and who is not.
Exactly. And then you can make the judgment call from there who deserves a place in your life or not. And this is the thing too. Human beings, I hear them all the time say that, well, I deserve this or I deserve that. And if I ask them, why do you deserve it? It's all I just do. It's just flat out entitlement the majority of the time. It's not about earning it. It's about identity politics, essentially. Well, I deserve this because I'm a woman. Or I deserve it because I'm just here, just because I'm a person.
Yeah, and that's exactly what creates resentment in everybody else around here.
Exactly. So I don't play that at all. And I do not feel at all entitled to go out in public dressed as a sex object and then to demand the same respect as what a classically well put together feminine woman does, which is we, the classic feminine, or the creative classic feminine, we're there to inspire greatness and creativity and joy and peace and happiness in other people, right? So I'm not going to dress the opposite and then try to brainwash other people into treating me as though I'm this sweet, delicate, wholesome, inspiring, feminine person when I'm clearly not. And it blows my mind,
Yeah.
all of this social dynamic that I can see happening.
Yeah, and there was a, not within the chat, but in another conversation that I was having with another commenter on my channel, and this is also touches directly on what you've mentioned before, which is that one of the downsides to being the traditional feminine in a patriarchal society, or one that focuses on masculinity, is that as a traditionally feminine presenting individual, you are often discounted and disrespected.
Yeah.
You are not listened to, because the society puts a lot more value on more bullheaded and bold assertiveness in communication style, and also just in presentation. If you don't look physically like an imposing individual, if you don't have the sharp angles, the right colors, facial expressions, body language, the way you hold yourself and present yourself in that way, deeper voice. I mean, there are so many other things to indicate,
masculine power.
Masculine power, right, versus feminine, that if you live in a society that appreciates those things, the feminine will be discounted. And this is something that, unfortunately, let's tie this back to transgenderism. This is what leads one reason that leads a lot of young women to want to transition into being more masculine, is because they are not taken seriously. They are discounted and dismissed. And when they get a taste of being treated like a guy, all of a sudden they feel some sense of confidence and regained power, which is really unfortunate that we are not giving the same level of respect to the feminine or to females in general in that way, especially if they're doing things that are in line with deserving, respect or to be listened to. That's the follow-up to that, is that you don't just give something that isn't due. Give somebody a stage or a platform if they're not proving themselves to be one worthy of of an ear listening to.
But there's a lot of looksism.
Yeah,
is what we're getting at.
Yeah, there's a lot of looksism, and so that's something that the traditional feminine is going to fight with all the time, is being dismissed or not heard. And so perhaps you can speak a little bit on how you've experienced that and you've gotten around it, because I know
I was
now,
thinking of just that.
yeah, because right now, the way that it is in general, because she has me as a masculine presenting person who has absolutely no problem with taking control of the conversation and the stage in general, and directing and leading things from there. She has me as a front to handle all those things, and I'm perfectly happy with that. And she doesn't, she is, behind every strong man is an even stronger woman, essentially. Whispering in the ear, this is what we want, and the masculine person goes and makes that happen, makes it manifest, essentially. As you wish, dear. So now that she has that, it's not a big deal. But perhaps you can talk about how you got around that before, to help traditionally feminine people feel a little more empowered.
I was thinking about that. So when I was younger, I would essentially fight to be heard. I found myself raising my voice a little bit more, talking more in a lower tone than I usually would. I would find myself speaking more quickly than usual and using coarser language. I would be so confused and sometimes frustrated that I would resort to masculine cursing or a louder speaking voice in a lower tone, because in my natural state, people don't tend to respect me. A little bit of context. I am like a 5'3.5" woman with a very small build, and although I am carrying some extra weight right now, I tend to be very well proportioned, let's just say. Very, very curvy, nice hip to waist ratio. And I have huge eyes. My arms and my legs are kind of short. And I am somewhat small chested with long, long hair. So I'm very feminine, very small. And then my voice is, well, it's a little raspy right now because my voice is a little tired from talking so much, but usually my voice is pretty high. It sounds almost Snow White-ish or Disney princess-ish in general. And people would walk all over me, disrespecting me. And then I've literally had people tell me that because I can't do as much as them, because I can't talk as loud, or because I can't lift as much as them or accomplish as many chores in one day, that my opinion does not count. And before, I would just fight and fight and fight. And that's what led to my downfall with Artemis and his family. Exactly that. Now, though, I realize that the best way for me to win is not to play. I watch people incessantly. Whenever I interact with someone, I watch their facial expressions, I listen to their tone, I take note of what words they use. Does this person interrupt me, or do they let me finish speaking? Do they make demands on me immediately, like giving me orders, or when they couch a request to me, do they say, hey, could you please do this for me, or would you please think about helping me this way? And they give me time to think about it and to respond versus trying to rush me into something or giving me an order. If any of those boundaries are broken, like they're talking over me, or they're trying to rush me, or they have an angry expression on their face, or they're using language that's really rough, just in general, they're maybe cursing at me, or if I've shared a hobby or an interest or a habit of mine and they disparage me, I know immediately, and of course there's more, but behaviorally those are the key points. I know immediately that that's a person who's going to be bad for me. And so I will gracefully excuse myself from the conversation, and typically I will have nothing more to do with that person. Oh, another good one is if that person disrespects me by breaking a contract that we have, I'm gone. I'm just flat out gone. For example, there was one person I was doing shows with for a while, and we had made an agreement to go on the air at a very specific time and date. This person left me hanging for several hours after I had set apart all this time for a show, and then they said, oh yeah, I saw your email. I saw it was time to get on air, and I just ignored it. They didn't apologize to me. They just gave me that simple explanation and then went on talking about their problems in the email. And not in like, I'm so sorry, let's reschedule. I know that my anxiety shouldn't affect this, or I knew ahead of time that I wasn't feeling well, which they did, and I should have canceled. None of that. So I just said, okay. And I've let it go. I've never spoken to that person again, and I never will, because I can tell now the red flags that tell me someone is out to waste my time and or they do not respect me. And it's just that simple. I don't take it personally anymore. I don't try to hold them accountable. Nothing. And if I do try to hold anyone accountable, it's very rare. I might say, just to test the waters, if everything else has been super positive with this person up until some type of misstep, I'll approach them and I'll see what they say. I've had things turn out very well in some cases and very poorly in other cases. The ones that turn out really well, I tend to wipe the slate clean and give them another chance. And then I go from there. If they respond poorly, though, I just cut them out of my life, to be honest with you. My pair of snipping shears is really, really sharp these days.
And that's hard for a lot of humans to do in general, to make clean breaks with things, to walk away, to hold boundaries. This is something that in general people are very poor at doing. And it goes back to the evolutionary biology. Us as social creatures, we are very averse to the idea of being alone because in our genetic memory, being alone is a dangerous thing. It often leads to our perishing. It is not very conducive to survival as a social creature that is at disadvantage in a lot of ways when they are alone. That to us, it feels very dangerous on a subconscious level to draw those boundaries, to hold those boundaries, and so we tend to be very weak with them, and we tend to excuse a lot, and as a result, our mental and emotional and often then will bleed into physical health will suffer. And it's hard, as one of our commenters was saying earlier in the chat, that it can be a very lonely existence when you start holding those kinds of boundaries. And this is for anybody who starts instituting healthier boundaries for themselves, healthier practices, that you may find that everybody that you had, or very many people that you had surrounded yourself with prior to that point, are no longer very good for the way that you know that you will best be. And that's very, very hard. A lot of people will then just stick with what they've had because that is comfortable to them, even if it's itchy.
Yeah, even if it's unhealthy.
And even if it's unhealthy. Yeah, because it's better than being alone. It's better than having to try to find new people.
It's less painful, we should say.
In their judgment, anyway. The misery is better than what you don't know, is often, or the discomfort that is better than what.
Right.
What
It's a social addiction, though.
Yeah.
In all seriousness, it's, in my opinion, a social addiction. And I had to break that addiction and make myself the prize for other people. And that doesn't mean I'm doing it in a snobby way. It means that I see that I have value and I recognize that I am not for everyone. And my own internal culture is that I just want to share love with everyone. And I want everyone to be in harmony, and I want life to be one big happy party. But I know now that human beings cannot do that. They are not at all wired to do that, and therefore I'm never going to be able to love, care for, and please everyone. And after this heartbreaking realization, I made the choice to always put myself and my health and my happiness and my femininity first, and only to accept then people who will enjoy it and cherish it, all the things that I have to offer, and not try to force me into the box of something that they want me to be for their own selfish needs. And this has changed my world in so many ways for the better. And one of those ways is that, unfortunately, yes, I lost literally a whole family network. I am, except for Artemis and maybe a few select others, I'm basically on my own. But what's worse, being on my own and being healthy and thriving with a limited security net of other people under me, or being surrounded by people who don't like me, they think I'm snobby, they never ask me questions, they don't care about how I'm doing, and all I am is like a resource bank for them. It led to me being incredibly sick before. Why the heck should I think that it's going to be any different moving forward? So these days I just prefer to go the extreme opposite route, because that is what is best and healthiest for me personally.
Yeah. Was there before I move into the last phase of this live stream, relating it to my own personal anecdote and how I arrived at the conclusion that indeed I do not fit into the feminine role in any of its permutations, and masculinity was definitely more of my innate setting and my experience with finding myself in opposition to that. Do you have any other points that you wanted to add? And I suppose I can let you think about it while I talk about my personal anecdotes here and relate it to the
Yeah, go ahead,
the
and then I'll
overall
share mine later.
yeah, the overall topic to the channel of transgenderism. So, for me, so going back and talking about how the traditional feminine can find confidence in her aesthetic, in her physical expression, um, generally to include makeup and styling of the hair and heeled shoes, dresses, certain colors that might be considered a little more on the feminine side, or cuts of clothing that accentuate a feminine form, which even before I started T, let me tell you guys that the joke that, oh, who was it? It was one of the guys in the Blue Collar Comedy Tour, either Jeff Foxworthy or, one of those guys, Bill Engvall, said that it basically their body makes they look like someone made a bullfrog stand up. I don't know if you have ever had the opportunity to play with bullfrogs as a kid, but when you hold them up and their legs are dangling, kind of like they're like if you were to stand them up and you look around at their back end and there is no butt at all, guys. That was me even before I started testosterone, and I was always relatively broad-shouldered. Literally, when I was younger, I measured the width of my shoulders as compared to other women that I worked with because we were bored at work one day, and even though I'm only 5'5", I still, even of the taller women within that work group, I still had broader shoulders than all of them there. So I've always been long-legged, no butt, no hips, and broad shoulders. So even before the transition, in general, just physically, there was nothing there. If I were to have worn a corset, it would have been like putting a corset on a guy. It just does not. It didn't look right at all. I am not.
The pieces don't fit.
Yeah, I did not look like the picture of reproductive health when it comes to femininity. So my body just was already very, very masculine. And when it came to the nurturing, I could do it pretty well for baby animals. But when it came to people, it was always very awkward about helping people in emotionally distressing situations. I've always been a very physically motivated person, goal-oriented, and anytime that I would try to dress remotely feminine, I would just always end up coming back to the typical lesbian dress, the plaid shirt and, jeans and hiking boots, and just like it was right out of a comedy skit, really. I mean, the stereotype was just perfect.
Hanging out at Home Depot.
Yeah, hanging out at Home Depot. Like all those things were absolutely true. I loved to be around dogs and sports and just all that stuff. Like it just really, like I said, it kind of was a very boring comedy skit because it just was very predictable. So I just realized that, I couldn't do the feminine dress. It just didn't fit me. I did not feel confident. I didn't like being looked at by men in such a way that indicated interest because I was not interested in them. And granted, there are probably women that don't necessarily like those sorts of gazes anyway. If they're being honest, though, they certainly appreciate it when it's some guy that they find attractive. That was not me even with guys that I did find good looking, and that's not to say that I was sexually attracted to them.
You just appreciated them.
I just appreciated them,
individually,
as a masculine looking individual. I just thought that they looked good, but regardless, did not want their attention in any way when it came to, sexual or romantic. And so I realized that my aesthetic, the way that I wanted to physically present myself, was not interesting to really men in general, and I wasn't interested in them either. So while I did get compliments when I did dress in any way, feminine, would let my hair down, I would get compliments in that way, and that is often how a woman can gain confidence, is by dressing in an aesthetically pleasing way, and that does not have to mean sexually, but she can just look aesthetically pleasing, wearing dresses and whatnot. Again, as we talked about much earlier in this live stream, that what is traditionally femininely pleasing or aesthetically beautiful. When I transitioned, I realized that dressing the way that I felt most comfortable, which is the way that I present on my channel in my videos, that's not just for the videos, that is how I dress every day. That's how I feel that I'm presenting my most authentic and confident and best self to the world. Very rarely do I get compliments, and certainly they're even less if my wife is not standing next to me. I think it's really funny oftentimes when they compliment my wife, they'll, oh, you look good too,
You're pretty too.
Yeah, you're pretty too. But we did have that once before I transitioned, and I was like, oh dear God, this is cringeworthy. But in any case, my confidence then, where I got my confidence had to be shifted to what masculine people can gain confidence from, which is within their realm, which is not beauty and looks. It's from being an authoritative figure, projecting confidence, knowledgeability, and authority, calm leadership, where they can be appreciated and complimented. And that is where, to some degree, in my level of commitment to knowledge and using proper terminology and educating people, helping to inform them on things, being a figure of a professional figure, an authoritative figure, knowledgeable figure, that is where I have gotten people to give me confidence, give me compliments to. And I've had that before I transitioned. People, in fact, they would, I think it's funny, in an ironic way, because in a lot of the places that I had domain, it was in activities that were typically considered very masculine. And so if somebody were to be talking with me before they realized who they were talking to, so let's say they were talking to me via text message and then they would meet me in person, oftentimes they would be very, very surprised that they were talking to a very slight build, small female. They were expecting that they were talking, by the way that I was presenting myself and with the language I was using and sentence structure and everything, they expected that I was male. And so that it harkens back to, women being often, unfortunately, feminine or traditionally feminine women being dismissed as airheads and stupid and, not taken seriously. It lends further evidence for the fact that the masculine domain, where they can gain compliments and confidence, is from people recognizing them as a knowledgeable leadership type figure. That's a healthy permutation of masculinity. That's the domain of the masculine. And again, not to say that women cannot be figures of authority and respected as such. It's just the general trend, things to notice. So when I transitioned, that's how I found my stride, was in developing the masculine aspects of me, which I already had innate. They were already things that I did and found interest in, and I simply developed them to a level that was mature and respectable for society to gain my confidence and compliments. It just was not going to come from the feminine realm at all. And transitioning for me, no, in case you don't know this by now, and this is the first video you've heard from me so far, I did not transition just to be taken more seriously at all. I transitioned because I do very much on a medicinal level feel better. That's all. It's really the best way that I can put it, however limited and unacademic that is. I simply feel better on testosterone, and I also way feel better without breasts, and not having those in general. So, and that just happens to mean that society reads me as male, and so I just go with it because I don't really care what people, think of me pronoun-wise, male or female, and I just recognize that because when people gender me, they're doing it based on secondary sex characteristics. What is the angles of the face, the texture of the skin, is their facial hair, how deep is the voice, and anything else. They're looking at those things, and is there, a bump in the chest where breasts may be to indicate, and they're making a snap judgment based on those things, male or female, and then they will pronoun me as such. And because I recognize that that's what they're doing, and my identity is not based on what other people see me as, I don't care. My transition then was basically just on the individual factors of the benefit that HRT, hormone replacement therapy, with testosterone and the removal of my breasts has given me, which, yeah, that's pretty much it. So I think there are things you wanted to add to that.
Oh yeah. How I know that I'm a feminine person.
Mm-hmm.
The other side of that coin for me is simply that I grew up knowing and feeling very comfortable with the fact that I am a cissexual female. And then on top of it, knowing that I feel my best, I feel most comfortable wearing dresses and flowy clothing and showing off my waist, sometimes showing off my breasts, but not cleavage, showing off my form, I really should say. Just in general, showing off my form, nothing lewd or anything, just form-fitting items. And ornamenting my hair, styling my hair, doing facials, getting massages. Not that that's necessarily feminine, it's part of what makes my form so amenable to all of the different accompaniments that I put onto it, like makeup and the hairstyling or hair ornaments and the certain dresses and corsets, etc. And that completed the picture for me. And it felt natural enough that I came to see myself as, oh, okay, I'm just a feminine person, physically speaking, aesthetically speaking. And then after I had that realization, that development, I came to realize that I feel best and most comfortable nurturing people around me, nurturing myself, taking care of plants and animals and the environment within my home, as well as cooking and creating new things for my partner or family just to simply enjoy, and then decorating and whatnot. That was the final level of it for me, realizing that it's not stupid, it's not useless, that it's actually beautiful, and it's some of, for a lot of people anyway, makes the year worth living through. And that was basically it for me. Short, sweet, simple, I hope.
Yeah. To tie up a couple of loose ends here before we finish up the live stream, there was a question in the chat. Oh, but also really quickly, something to go back much earlier in the live stream when we were talking about the differences in the way that men and women see sex. And somebody in the chat had piped up that as a biological male, they do not see sex the way that the average male does, which is that it's just an itch to scratch and there is no emotional content within that. It's not bond building necessarily. And that they didn't see sex that way. And again, that's evidence that there is a huge spectrum of experience between the biological sexes, and that even as a biological male, you don't necessarily have to follow that trend, and that you could be what a lot of women would probably prize, in the sense that you are more emotionally involved when it comes to the way that you view sex, and that would be a more traditionally feminine way to view sex. That doesn't make you any less of a man or anything like that, which a lot of men would probably have derogatory terms for that, and that's bull. It's a load of bull. For me, I fall into that category of masculine people who do not see sex as just an itch to scratch, and is an unemotional transaction. In fact, it is a very emotional transaction, and I cannot just have multiple partners without there being an emotional connection there. There is no one night stand kind of situation for me. There is emotional involvement within that. So you can, again, and that just speaks to the bio-individuality, or each individual person's very complex array of gender expressions, different characteristics. They can have masculine or feminine, on any given topic, within that, and it's infinite. It's infinite. So a question that was posed here in the chat: why do you think religions developed that excluded women from ministerial positions? I think, just on a knee-jerk response on that, I really do feel like, again, just because men are the more physically controlling and domineering of the species, the sex of the species, that just in general men are that way, that they would bar women from positions of authority everywhere. And that's not within all cultures. There are cultures for which they're matrilineal, and it's opposite, where the women are then in charge, or not matrilineal, I'm sorry, matriarchal. And that they are the women are the ones that are in charge, and it follows in the animal kingdom too. There are species where the females are the ones that are in charge, and even the lowest ranking female is still higher than the highest ranking male. Hyenas actually being one of those, and elephants are matriarchal society exclusively, no men, only juvenile boys in the herd, in the group. So, and again, there are cultures where it's the same case. It's just, in general, I just think that men of the human species will just forcibly occupy positions of authority, or have in the past, just by default, religion or anything else. That's just my amateur musing on that. I don't have really much more evidence to back that up. And again, there are other cultures for which that's not the case. So hopefully that answers your question on that, however limited it is. But anyway, so yeah, I think the last thing that I want to say here before I wrap this up is that one of the trans women who comments often on my channel, I greatly appreciate her insight. She had mentioned in one of her comments on another video that she believes we are moving towards a genderless culture, a genderless society. And I do think that that's true. We're talking about traditional masculine and traditional feminine in some very binary terms that are still largely in line with evolutionary biology. And we're only getting to see the fruition, the deeper range of expression of it, because we're now living in a thriving society versus a survivalist kind of environment. But I think the further we go down this path, we're seeing this a lot as it relates to the alphabet soup group, and there a lot of genderless expressions, or so they're trying to say, is that I do think that is what, if we continue down this path of society that is abundant, that we will probably eventually see a nearly genderless society. Now, I'm talking potentially hundreds or thousands of years, in the future. I don't see this being any kind of immediate, because, we're only just now, within the last few hundred years or so, maybe, being able to experience, or even you could say since parts of the Roman Empire, maybe even during the Enlightenment after that, this society of abundance. So it takes a lot longer than that to create some different behavior based on evolutionary biology. And I think to have a genderless society, it would definitely have to be on the evolutionary scale because it just, in order for it to stick generation after generation and not have to be taught over and over and over again, assuming the culture stays the same, it would have to be based in biology. And so that, again, I don't see that happening for hundreds or thousands of years at this point, but I do think that there will come a time when that is the case, when you won't see conversations about traditional masculinity and femininity so much, because it will be perhaps largely homogenous in that way.
Like a relic of the past.
Yeah, a relic of the past, right? Which would be interesting to see how society would operate at that point. You know, how you could make the healthy raising of children and families, and you know, propagation of the species at that point. It'd be very interesting to see. Briefly, as our comment, one of the commenters is saying, a gender abolition. Yeah, I mean,
what some of them are doing these days.
yeah, I was going to say, right now, a gender abolition is what's happening by force. But again, as I was saying, unless it has a biological root, the fight has to be taken up each generation in order for it to stick. And I'm not sure, I don't know if that can happen.
Humans aren't very good with consistency.
Yeah. The question that
Purposeful.
the commenter says, how much of it truly disappears, though, just because we no longer categorize or label it? Yeah, again, good question there. And it goes, again, down to what is programmed within our biology.
I suggest you may want to read George Orwell's 1984.
Yeah, great read there.
Believe it or not, it's highly relevant.
So, in any case, so yeah, I think we're going to wrap that up here, since we've been talking for almost 5.5 hours.
Are you serious?
That was...
No wonder my voice hurts.
Yeah, I feel like I've smoked an entire pack of cigarettes. That was...
Oh,
yeah,
my
it's getting
gosh.
real scratchy. But I have thoroughly enjoyed myself. I hope you have as well.
It's been a time.
Yeah, and I hope that anybody listening to this enjoys it as well, thoroughly. And of course, any comments at all, as long as they are in line with civil discourse, we absolutely welcome them to spur further topics for further videos and live streams. And in the near future here, hopefully, we'll be doing a video about masculinity, the other side of this coin.
Can it not be 5.5 hours long?
Can it not be 5.5 hours? I think we should do some due diligence to it. It may need 5.5 hours.
That's all right. I'll get some hot tea. It's fine.
Although, you know, unlike the traditional feminine, the masculine can say in 2 words what it takes the feminine 10. So, you know.
Do you hear this sexist over here, guys? You hear him, right? Misogynist.
So it may be shorter than 5.5 hours. We'll see if we can get the job done sooner than that. So
I will brew some nice tea for the sit-down chat.
yes. So
I
in
will
any
get
case,
very cozy.
thank you guys very much for listening, and we hope you enjoyed it. And again, we look forward to your comments. And until next time, take care.